Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the start of week 2 here for Division 2 down in the Chinese region. We've got a lot of action to start off this week. Of course, the 4th day as well. We've got 3 best of 3s to kick us off. It's a lovely Tuesday, Denok. We've had a lot of rain down in Melbourne. We've got some sun finally. Importantly, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right. The hay fever is kicking in because of all of that pollen being kicked up, but that's all right. I just got to do the normal gamer thing, close the windows, close my blinds, and just be ready for some games, because that is exactly what we're all here for. And, well, we've got some good ones on today, but we can't forget about what we played up against previously, because it's really been close across the entire Chinese DPC, but there were a few that kind of set themselves apart when we last met each other.
Yeah, so let's take a look at how some of those games fared on the previous day to close out week 1. We started with Poke versus Lonely Rock and Roll, and Poke were actually able to come out on top in that series. So they've started a bit slow for this team, but now they've been able to win back-to-back series, which puts them in a pretty good position in the leaderboard.
Yeah, it does. It means that they're in 3rd place now, I believe. The only team that's 2-1 currently. And the only loss that they had was up against Cactus, who we get to see early on today, who are without a loss so far. So, maybe they can continue their winning ways. But we were both impressed by Lonely Rock and Roll when we were casting them previously. But clearly, they're just, again, it's so close across the board.
Yeah, which is something that you love to see, where you don't have this top side, like it's too top heavy, and then the bottom are just unable to compete with that. It seems like every game that we're going to right now is very, very competitive. We've had a lot of game 3s as well, only a couple of series going that 2-0 route. So it's nice to see that both sides are fighting for these victories. They're all hard fought.
Oh, absolutely. As it should be. This is an honor to be competing in the DPC, and well, you don't want to give that one up too easily, especially when you would say there's a lot of opportunity to be able to get into Div 1 in China, especially with all 6 of those slots coming from the closed qualifiers. And of course, with Meteor and Poke probably looking a tiny bit weaker than a lot of people were expecting. So with that being said, obviously we've got one of those 2 teams playing today first in Meteor. So if Cactus are able to take them out, then they're probably going to be the ones that are securing one of those spots themselves, along with Piggy Killer, who've also looked very impressive.
Yeah, that was the team that we saw have a little bit more of a slower start, which is kind of weird to say because they did 2-0 even their first series, but we were both a little bit. We weren't impressed with that gameplay, with the caliber of players that you see on the boys at Piggy Killer. You'd expect it to be much cleaner than what it was, but
more dominant.
Yes, more dominant, and we saw the second series was very, very clean, and we do have some highlights, of course, with Piggy Killer vs Bright coming up shortly as well. But shortly, our second series where we get some highlights was Supernova vs IG Vitality, and Supernova were able to come out on top over IG Vitality. So IG, they're continuing to have a bit more of a trickier start in this second tour.
They are, and I mean, they're not exactly picking anything that's way out of left field outside of that Vengeful Spirit, right? So it's something where they went for this strategy, minus armor with the Pangolier, and then they just tried to be the whole 4 protect 1 for the Shadow Feed, and it just didn't work out. Most of the time when you're playing Shadow Feed, even as a dual core and you're dying 3 or 4 times, your game is done. But if you're doing that and you're the only core to really be playing around, then obviously it's going to be a lot rougher.
And do you feel like there's any big reasons why we don't even see that 4 protect 1 currently in the meta?
It depends on the team. We see it with Morphlings sometimes, where
Sure.
it's the one that tends to carry the games. But I think it just goes to show the value of there is a lot of farm available on the map right now, so why not make use out of it?
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, I didn't think of it like that, because even now with the addition with the flag bearer creeps, where every second wave you're just getting a little bit of extra gold to get towards your earlier item timing. So that's a very interesting way to look at it. Actually, I did not think about that.
Yeah, you just got to consider what side you're on as well. Are you playing on Radiant? Do you have less farm to be able to play with? Do you need to play a little bit more aggressively? Then, maybe you want to close the game out a little bit earlier. You're going to go for a bit more of this Beastmaster style draft. You want to pick a Death Prophet. You might pick a Nature's Prophet to be able to play with. I guess Nature's Prophet's the one exception, just because you can farm and you can make use out of the dire side of the map very effectively. So I don't think it's really as much of like a staple to be able to have to play that one. But you get what I mean, right? Like Radiant to me needs to play faster, Dire needs to farm a little bit more.
I haven't looked at the statistics, and I'm not sure if you have recently as well, but I know at the major, I think it was, Dire had a very, very large win percentage over Radiant, probably one of the largest that we've seen in quite some time in regards to metas. Do you know if that's still the same at the moment? Is Dire still favored?
It is much more in like the Western Europe region. I think on the first day of like Dream League, one of the other major tournaments that's going on, I don't know if Radiant won a single game on the first day of the mainstream. So it's like, yeah, that's sort of the situation that we're in right now, and it's just about well, what can be done to avoid that. And I think again, it is just about upping the tempos so that you've got space to farm, because I think we've discussed it in one of our casts previously. It might have been our Western Europe cast. You just get booted out of that bottom lane so easily. So I think it's just a case of you need to find space for your carry to farm, and that's why it is more important to be able to pick up that tempo, not just because you're not going to have quite the same capability to farm as the Dire. And well, here's that picky killer game that we were talking about. I was thinking that this was going to be like the series of the DPC, to be honest. Like Bright were looking really impressive, but Picky Killer make them look almost a little bit foolish. Yeah,
which I don't know. My expectations coming to this series was a little bit weird. I was, again, like I didn't know how Picky Killer were going to perform, if they would just flop, because it felt like some of the early game rotations were very weak for them in their first series, but it seemed like they've cleaned up. I mean, at this stage of the game, they're 30 minutes in with a 12,000 net worth lead, and we saw it was pretty easy pickings for them. So now we're looking at Bright. Like, what can this team do? We do even get to see Bright play today as well, which is going to be nice on how they're able to recover.
Mm-hmm. No Darkseer being successful, unfortunately. I think that was the last pick Darkseer, wasn't it? And it really didn't do enough to be dominant. And this was, again, surprising with how well the Anti-Mage did in the early game against a Slardar lane, of all things.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
They still weren't able to come out on top. Again, I think I said it was typical Anti-Mage gameplay. Farm for 25, 30 minutes, show up, lose a couple team fights, lose the game. And it really did feel like that. Picky Killer up to the tempo and made it so that Bright weren't able to handle it. And then Frisk played amazingly on the Tiny this game.
And then we also saw the kind of creativity with the Night Stalker come out as well in a draft where you're not looking to answer the Helm of the Overlord creep, which we've seen kind of so far whenever there's something like a Beastmaster. So maybe this is something that we could see a little bit more out of China, because I know this was the region that first kind of innovated the Night Stalker one paired with the Keeper of the Light. So maybe they've been experimenting a little bit more to see the true potential of this hero, even if it's not matched up versus someone with the Helmed on level 2.
We also see why Clinks isn't really all that picked. Like they were able to run away from it pretty easily. This poor Clinks being followed up now by a Night Stalker with that gem, so there was absolutely no chance for Heart. But you know me, I've been a fan of the Night Stalker for quite some time, and I thought Firefly played it amazingly.
That he did, yeah. I was so impressed. And this new Radiance build that we're seeing is very interesting. A lot of heroes are going for it now. I've even seen some interesting anti-mage builds. I know Skeeter likes it in some particular games, so I wonder if we're even going to see some different heroes, some more creative heroes looking to pick up that Radiance with how strong it is at the moment. But we'll take a look at the leaderboard. Of course, we are just starting week 2, but we're really getting to get a good idea of the teams who might be competing for that promotional spot. And really at the moment, it's Cactus and Picky Killer. 2 wins, 0 losses. And we're going to get to see Cactus as well in our first series of the day up against Meteor, a team who's struggled so far. Meteor 0-2, and quite honestly, Denog, I had some pretty high expectations for them. Not like promotion, but I thought they'd be at least competing for it, like 3rd, maybe just 2nd place, because I think Echoes is a really good position too, but they've just struggled so far.
They have, but again, they've gone up against, I guess the teams that they come up against hasn't been that amazing, but their losses have been 1-2. So it's not like they've been steamrolled over. They've made it competitive every single time. It's just they're coming up against Cactus, who, again, they're undefeated. Sure, their series have gone 2-1 all the way the distance, but it still just is a team that's really on the up and up and really is going to be competing for one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, so, and they seem to be getting stronger as well with this Cactus team. We casted one of their series. That was actually the debut versus Poke, and no surprise with Butterfly Effect with how strong he was able to perform. Heading into it, I've always sung the praises of this man, and
yeah, you have.
It looks like it's deserved as well, because in that series in particular, we saw him just completely take over. There was no doubt that he was probably the best man in that series.
Mm-hmm. Always just got to give him a bit of a highlight, don't you? As we do look over the Meteor Gaming lineup, Echo probably the biggest addition to this, just with all of his experience that he's able to provide. Molasses, obviously, from the previous tour. Marblu, he always tends to impress us, doesn't he? But we haven't really seen that same level of gameplay. You have to wonder how much was him, how much was the Ricky that he was able to perform so well in the last tour. So we'll see what they're able to do this time around as we come up against Togemon, Cactus, coming through here. Togemon, then we got Summer, Butterfly Effect, of course. TZY, he's been, a little bit up and down, so we'll see. We've got the good old Fish King coming through. Really excited to see what he's able to do this time. And Jimmy, he's looked relatively impressive as well. A little bit too much Undying spam for me, but he's still a very capable player. And the thing that I'm really interested to see as we do start to get into this draft is that Cactus chose Radiant. So Meteor Gaming chose second pick and Cactus chose first pick. And surprisingly enough, this is something that I really don't think you can afford to do if you are going to choose that first pick especially, but even if you're forced into it, you shouldn't be banning the Broodmother. That is one of the advantages of having the first pick overall. So if you don't have a Brood picker, I really feel like it's a big mistake to even ban out the Brood and the Beastmaster with this, because I feel like there's ways to counter a first phase Brood / Beastmaster if the enemy team picks it, but this is really your time for the gotcha.
And more for them, not really a gotcha, but it is going to be the Shadow Fiend picked up at the 8th. So we've seen, of course, he's starting to continue in a popular form in regards to just the China region. A lot of teams in particular really like to play it. You can play it as a 1, play it as a 2.
You're not as big of a fan, though, are you?
No, I hate this Shadow Fiend. I hate it. I don't think it's good. But I am just a measly play-by-play caster, so people.
Do you mind explaining why you don't like it?
I think if you fall behind on Shadow Fiend, you can't carry the game, and he seems to have really big issues against people that have ways to go through BKB. You need to be able to stand your ground and man fight with like late game Satanic, but if you cannot right click, you will not win the fight. And you're already going up against a Tusk, so that's already going to prove to be kind of an issue. But I think this hero does not scale well with the Shadow Fiend. He kind of has some issues where I think he's good like 2-3 items, and then for 10 minutes after that, he's got a bit of a weak point, and then late game, he might bump back up in power, but just he tends to fall off towards that kind of mid to late game, and it's always a bit of a concern for me.
Yeah, I think he still has a decent enough power spike between like level 15 and 20. But yeah, that 20 to 25 does feel a little bit weak relative to what other heroes are able to provide. The other thing is you're very susceptible to ganks. So I wonder if Meteor Gaming are going to look to prioritize that. They've already got 2 really strong, high damage heroes in this first couple of picks, and we don't even know where the Snapfire is going to go. We've seen it go into the off lane. We've seen it go position 5. We've seen it go position 4. Not quite as much Tusk mid, and I wonder if you can even run the Tusk mid. It's probably the one mid hero that could look to stand against the Shadow Fiend a little bit. And we'll see. Like, are are Cactus going to look to build around Butterfly Effect once again? Because that's what they did last time that they've played, right? They were all like, well, he is our star player. Let's look to give him the win condition. I think it was Shadow Fiend and Templar Assassin that he played back-to-back. So I understand why they're looking to go for it. But yeah, look at all of these killers coming through on Meteor. And I'm not even talking about the player cam. Echo, he looks like a nice boy.
Could we potentially see a Timber get picked up for Cactus? This is already 3 strength heroes on Meteor.
It's possible, but have they banned out the big counters to it? ODs and
that's gone.
That's there, but there's OD available. There's Bloodseeker available as well. Not sure if you would want a Bloodseeker against an SF though. He really just likes to stand and fight.
Yep. But I think, to speak about this Primal Beast, you just mentioned before that Shadow Fiend is very vulnerable to heroes getting on top of him and just ganking at the early stage, and Primal Beast does that to a high level. So it's also one of Echo's best hero, and you're still going to be able to flex it. Cactus, though, they will look to respond pretty early on.
I was going to say the clockwork, damn it.
But what do you like about the clock?
It's great against the Primal, right? Like, if it's Shadow Fiend position 1, for example, if they might have flexed it, then if this Primal Beast is in the off lane, then you've got the Clockwork Battery Assault to be able to stop any, onslaughts forward into the trample, even once the fights do start to break out, because you know they're going to run at you. So you can look to set that up with the Clockwork very effectively. And then even later on, you've got the hook shot to be able to A, cancel out the BKB Pulverize or the Mortimer's Kisses. So I think it's really, really flexible and a great hero to put in front of that SF as well.
I do just think the one weakness is their support duo, which they could lack some damage. I think they provide a lot besides the damage, but you just need to fix that issue now. And they've got 2 picks to do it, so it should be pretty easy. You probably, because you've got your support duo now, is there like a ranged offlaner you could be considering to be able to pump in damage inside the middle of the fights?
I've been asking for Necro a little bit, but there's a lot of magic damage on Meteor. Okay, Lifestealer feels fine enough, right? So it is still going to be that position 2 Shadow Fiend. It might be a little bit more of like a high tempo Lifestealer, like early armlet, looking to brawl as quickly as possible. But this is really what you want against 3 revealed strength heroes, right? Yeah, you have to compete against BK piercing through BKB with that Walrus Punch, but I think this is just fine. The thing that Clockwork kind of does, though, just on your point previously with the lack of damage, is that he might not do a crazy amount of damage. Battery Assault still does a lot, but it enables other people to do a lot of damage, right? Just through the cogs, through the Battery Assault to enable those chase so that you're not like hit, run, 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 hit, run, run, run. It's like hit, hit, run, if that makes sense. So we'll see what they're able to pick up with their last overall pick to be able to address that, because well, they're up against a 4th strength hero, and it's actually that Timbersaw that we were so worried about. And again, it's just another killing hero. They want to get on top of this Shadow Fiend ASAP, and they want to make his life a living hell.
All right, so how are Cactus going to be able to address the Timber? Because it looks like a pretty good Timbersaw game at the moment. I like the Viper ban, though. Is there maybe some other offlaners that you could be considering to have a break?
4 strength heroes, Necro. Okay. Timber does a lot of magic and pure damage as well, though, right? So I just want to see this Necro come out, right? There's no Nullifier builder on this lineup yet either. Something that has been discussed in a bunch of Western Europe casts, I think, is the fact that, a lot of times when we think Nullifier these days, we're like, oh, it's so cheap, 450 gold cheaper, so carry, it's so easy to pick it up. But then they're like, but then you carry buying a Nullifier, it doesn't feel really good. And then they're like, well, why doesn't the offlaner just buy it? And I'm sick of that mentality. The carries get babied enough already, all right? Like, the offlaners need to be able to play the game for themselves a little bit too. So let's not see that. What else is there? Like, could they just look to stall the game? Can they go on Underlord? Maybe.
I have another suggestion. I don't know if they're going to go down this route. I think it's left field, but it could work for them. Mm-hmm. You may... Oh, all right, well, they're banned. I was going to say Slaughter. So the reason why I liked it was Infest Bomb and bonus armor with the Shadow Fiend. And you have all strength heroes on Meteor, so you can be really low in armor. Short, that was kind of what I was wanting to bring up with the Slaughter. We don't need to worry about that anymore.
You can't do it anymore because Meteor Gaming put a stop to that. So we'll I really don't know what Cactus are going to do here. They need to slow down the game. They need to pick something that's not susceptible to magic damage and a lot of burst damage, and they need something that ideally can do percent. So that's why I was wanting Necro. Underlord feels like it's too low damage to me. Phoenix offlane doesn't really make a lot of sense, especially into a Snapfire. If you wanted some of that minus armor, Elder Titan, but no, it's like dual melee into that. So what kind of ranged hero is capable of providing all this stuff? I'm not sure if there is.
The only one I can think of is Lesh, but I think that's very greedy with SF Lifestealer. I think it would be very awkward to play the map. Okay, very interesting. So what the hell's going on? Is this a I mean, looks like it's going to be Queen of Pain 3.
Hold on. What if it's a 3 Undying and a 4 Queen of Pain? I really wouldn't have hated the 3 Undying, to be honest.
10 seconds.
But the 4 Queen of Pain is a little bit more sus.
Yeah.
Maybe they just want something high damage, and that was one of the higher damage ones that they felt was still available. What could you even have chosen? Like, Luna just gets ganked a little bit too easily. Lion, maybe, was a possibility. I don't know.
Well, for me,
3 Undying is the only way that I'm seeing this have a chance.
Okay. And what's the response going to be for media? They're going to go down the Slark route. Okay, so someone who I think, well, let's wait and see actually where the Quap's going, because I think that's going to determine.
Yeah, it's offlane.
A little bit more. Looks like it will be offlane. So I do think Slark might have some difficulties with sustaining pre-level 6. Even though you can get rid of the Shadow Strike, it is purgeable, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Yep. Even though you can purge the Shadow Strike, it's going to cost you to use Dark Pack. So you are still using, you're still damaging yourself. And if you don't come out with some sustain items for the lane, spamming that can be a bit of an issue. So I still think that your lane might be not as fun of a time here for Slark, but once you hit 6, you're going to be able to sustain this spam from the Queen of Pain. So I think at least that lane should be okay, but overall, like, what the hell is this game plan for Cactus? Like, you have a lot of pieces, but they don't really look like they gel well together.
No, I don't think so. I honestly didn't like their draft just from the first bans before the picks even started to come out, right? And you could just see from Meteor, I think they perhaps have, I don't want to say they've got a bit of better grasp on the meta at the moment, but they're like, all right, we're playing Dire, let's slow down the game. Let's take out the DP, let's take out the Nature's Prophet, these heroes that have levels of flex as well, which I think is really important whenever you're playing with first pick. You don't want everything to be super obvious from the beginning, because you're going to get counterpicked in that second and third phase. And, well, it kind of feels like they have with Meteor Gaming. Yeah, they've got some okay AoE damage with the Shadow Fiend, with the Razors, with the Requiem, with the Quap even to a lesser extent, but I'm feeling pretty confident about this Meteor Gaming draft.
Yeah, I am as well. I don't know what we have in store for the Draftland Cactus, which is, I don't know, is it a concerning thing? Because again, this is a team that is undefeated series-wise, and now they're coming into this game one with a very, very wonky draft. So we'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to capitalize. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve that we are not aware of just yet. But we'll see how this game plays out for them.
Maybe we'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
It's got to be a Magic SF build, yeah?
No, I think he's the carry. It's still Butterfly Effect playing it, right?
Yeah.
But you're just thinking they're lacking magic to do with Timber, and he's just going to run him over?
Yeah.
Also Slark, kind of.
Like I don't think the Shadow Fiend's going to have a good time to play versus Slark if you can't right-click him. Like, if Slark gets Ag Shard and is decently farmed, then he's going to have his issue with standing his ground, and that's kind of one thing we brought up. Like, if the SF can't right-click people, then...
Look at how much vision they've got around this mid lane, by the way. 2 Observer Wards planted down for this, kind of both revealing the same sort of information. They're like, come on, someone step forward. We see you, Quap. I mean, if they're able to force Quap to go into, like, an early level of Blink, that's going to be huge. They might have gotten a little bit too eager here, though. And, well, they are going to be able to avoid this this kill.
Let's see if they can test it, though. Jumi did get a triple decay. I was thinking maybe some more people would come over for Cactus, but... So that's not going to be the case. So looks like it will be a 3-for-1 in the Bounty Rune department, actually. This is going to be very confusing. We've got TZ on the Snapfire, and then we've got TZY on the Queen of Pain. God damn it. What are they doing to us?
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
And it's going to take a little bit for TZY to be able to get up. No. Say it right. There's 4. There we go. No, that was 5, actually. But
my bad.
Yeah, as you should feel bad. What's going on here? It's just sitting inside of the jungle right now, really not knowing where he wants to go with this. Like, he's like, do I go top? Do I go bottom? What do I want to lane up against? But, I mean, this is kind of what you should have been expecting, right? You should know. But maybe it's just the fact that TZY has taken so long to get up towards this top side. But he's not farming at all. What are you doing, Slark?
So they're looking to avoid a matchup. Is Slark wanting to... She's a Quap now. What's going on? What
I don't know.
Do you feel like Slark is wanting to avoid the Queen of Pain and lane into the lifestealer? Did they want the Quap to even lane into the Timber? Maybe that's a little bit better for Radiant?
I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know what is doing. Like, sure, you might not want this lane, but TZY has gotten a full level. TZ has got a full level of this and almost TZY. So I just feel like you gotta cop it, right? This lane isn't gonna go too badly, but I still feel like you've got the edge for the game. So it feels like they've just missed a bit of an opportunity to get some of this experience, and now Quap's gonna have a little bit of a lead. But they'll see that Dark Pact is the thing that's leveled up at level 1, so TZY still hasn't put even a single point in just yet. So I wonder if he's looking to go like early Scream of Pain, start to get a little bit more active in that way.
Okay. And that could be a nice thing as well with the Queen of Pain. If you do kind of go down this dagger route, you are very... Your game plan is all in on winning the lane. And if you don't do so, and especially as an offlaner, then you're not really going to have the levels to start to put points into the Scream and the Blink once it gets to the early game. So maybe it just feels like maxing out Scream is going to help with this little bit of farming, a little bit of nuke potential as well. So we'll see. I like what he's doing so far.
He's also going into an urn, so I'm guessing that that's going to become a... Could it go Spirit Vessel into the Timbersaw? Like, that might be the little bit of extra damage that they need. It's not like he really wants to buy a BKB, not really a early Lotus buy this game. It's the only utility it's going to provide is basically up against that that Spirit Vessel if Quap goes for it. So we'll see. We'll see if Molasses chooses to go down that route.
You're watching bottom?
A little bit, yeah. Again, the lane is not the lane.
What am I watching? They have like 3 waves on Die, though. What's going on? They need to start right-clicking the creeps on Radiant. This is a bit of an issue. Soon, maybe Die could make it go with all the creeps advantage they have.
Yeah, just, overwhelm the Lifestealer. He's only level 2, right? So Timber's going to be able to do a lot here. He's even getting a pull-off to make sure that the wave is... Well, they're trying to get it pulled all the way back, but honestly, I feel like Summer's okay with this, right? He's like, all right, Timber's not really contesting me. Timber's the one making these pulls happen. I'll take it.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what's happening. This has
been the lane for the past 2 minutes, though. Like, usually it only happens maybe for, like, one wave where we see the lane dragged out of where the traditional lane used to be, but... All right, very interesting stuff down bottom. Meanwhile, mid lane, Marblue is already looking to make his first rotation. They're probably waiting for the spells to be back up on the Primal Beast, and maybe Marblue can even secure the Water Rune and get a kill off the back of that.
I'm really not sure what the hell's going on here. Especially on the bottom side of the map, right? I wonder, like, Jumi, he's just used these... he had a courier deliver him a single Clarity. And of course, he's got the 7 sticks.
Slarky might be able to find first blood. Really nicely done. There will be a return kill, though, from Fish King, but Slark recognized that if the Queen of Pain stepped up a little bit too far forward while she was trying to close the distance onto the Snapfire, then he could pounce on that opportunity. And he does just that. So first blood's going to be given over to the carry on Meteor. Bottom lane, Molasses. He's going to have to try and TP out as well. Tombstone was laid down from Jumi, but Molasses only goes to the T1 tower, though, so not all the way back to base.
I mean, I guess the thing on the top side with the Quap is, A, you're playing into a Slark, so you can't really afford to go the Shadow Strike, and well, even if you did, you're going to be seriously gimping your effectiveness later on. And, well, they're going to look to make another play onto TZY here. Stun into stun. Quite a long TP, though. Will he be able to get away? Doesn't seem like it. So that's a couple of deaths now for this last pick, Quap. And they might not even get the Slark in exchange.
Oh, so close. I thought that last battery shell was going to tick him out, but Slark was able to reposition accordingly. So great rotation out of Echoes. Yeah, well-deserved tip from his teammate as well. And I mean, as we see the counterpart, the other mid laner, Butterfly Effect, is back in his jungle looking to catch up. Bottom lane, the other snowball on forward. Molasses with another round of the Chakram. He might be in some trouble though. Can look to activate the mango if he needs the mana to try and use that Timber Chain. In fact, he's just going to be able to run himself away.
Yeah, he's a little low on mana, so obviously you got to save that mango for a rainy day if possible. But the cores are farming fairly well on Radiant, just except for this Queen of Pain, right? I'm still kind of puzzled as to what this last pick Queen of Pain was for, really. Like, I don't know. I guess they just wanted burst magic damage that had a little bit of mobility, I guess, because they know how gank-oriented. TZY might die again, never mind. He's going to be able to get away just in time.
It's actually Slark that's going to die now. Wow, all right. Very interesting rotation out of a Shadow Fiend. Didn't find a power rune. He's just looking to try and connect top. Saw an opportunity. The corp will still go down though, TZ. Beautifully done with the combos. Able to catch TZY off guard.
So we do get to slow down the game a little bit. I'm trying to wrap my head around what the hell is going on so far, because this doesn't feel like the standard ebb and flow of Dota that we've been getting for the past, a few months on this patch, right? Like, we've got the Shadow Feed making these early rotations. I guess using it as bait, like, that's the one thing. I'd say that's probably the best move that's happened so far this game, is that Butterfly Effect coming up top, knowing that they're going to go for consistent gags onto this Queen of Pain. And then he's still able to pick up a lot of this farm. At least now he's going to be playing underneath the vision, which TZ just pegs out. But already Echo was able to push in that middle lane, get a lot of that farm underneath the tower. But by the time the creeps start to hit into the tower, Butterfly Effect is right here. So he is certainly going to be able to achieve that goal of being the hyper carry for Cactus this game if he continues to play like this.
And we do see the Dragon Lance is queued up as well, so I wasn't sure if it was going to be with the Magic build, but not the case this game with the start that he's had. Top of the net worth. He's looking to continue that. And I guess the combo that we even see out of Cactus was something we saw out of Liquid actually a lot at TI, where you'd have Martu on the Life Sealer and Mickey playing that Shadow Fiend as well. And Martu would go for a little bit more of a non-greedy Life Sealer build. We do see Summer has the Radiance queued up though, so Cactus probably going to look to play this one very slow with the Life Sealer, and this Radiance is going to render him pretty useless for maybe 18 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he's not gone the Armlet style that I was really thinking. You know, you want to be able to brawl into the Primal Beast when you've got, a few points into that rage, when you've got that Armlet, when you're playing against 4 strength heroes. Feels really solid as Jimmy doing a good job protecting his rune. I said he was a bit of an undying spammer, and, well, he is, but he's been able to secure that bottom lane fairly well for Lifestealer up until now. I'm also just thinking with Butterfly Effect, like, how much of this Dragonlance is a full-on commitment into physical damage, and how much of it is, well, it's a pretty good Hurricane Pike game. Just being able to break out of the leash from the Slark, get away from Timbersaw, get away from Ice Shards, all this sort of stuff.
Might have a fight breakout top lane. Echoes is nearby. We even see both the supports from Cactus looking to try and play with TZY, so we'll see how long Echoes wants to stay mid lane though, and in fact he will actually consider about keeping himself, as Marblu is going to look to try and TP mid to continue to soak some of the experience. So you get anything out of this though on Meteor, it's a bit of a heavy committal.
It is, but they committed a lot of heroes on Cactus as well to expect that might have been coming. So at least you're going to get a little bit of this experience soaked up by Marblu. Very important that he got into it, right? He's only just hit up onto the level 4 at 9 minutes in, and well, we've been talking about the importance of that BKB piercing disable with the Walrus Punch, so he's got to make sure he has that one up ASAP.
Marblu's been very impressive, even though Meteor had yet to find a serious victory. Was definitely someone who I enjoyed watching through the previous tour. And even through their losses as well, he's looked pretty good as well. So now that he's able to get some experience in gold, we'll more than likely see him get active pretty shortly on the task, because finally top lane. The action will break out. Kog's going to be a bit of an issue here for Echo. So once again, no one's going to go down. Just a lot of posturing from either side.
Spent a lot of time up here doing not that much on Echoes, right? Like, we've talked about the importance of just Clockwork being there. It really deters Shadow Fiend from doing what he wants to do, even just using the Rocket Flare to continuously harass Marblu. Ooh, doesn't quite catch him inside of the cogs there.
Do you like that Dire are playing top though with the Slark instead of with the Timber down bottom? Because they get to shove the lifesteal out of the lane. I'm quite impressed with what may even gets a Cory for Summer. So that was the full hood completed for Molasses. But I really like what Summer is doing. He's dragging the wave away from the tower, because often the tower damage early for the Timber is in fact the creeps instead of himself. So would you like to see Dire try and come bottom to open up the tower with Timber?
I mean, I would, but I would have liked to see them do it a little bit sooner as well, just because now you're running into a potential Requiem. You're running into Clockwork with the... Well, he's got his courier coming out to him now with the tome on it. So you're going to have that
on top lane.
Clockwork might die, though, so I wonder if this is going to open them up to be able to make a bit of an attempt down bottom. You can see Echo, Marblu, they're both here. Ready to go for the kill. Just hits up onto the level 6 on Marblu as well with that 11-minute timing. And, well, they've got the Siege Grip to be able to play around with. They've got Molasses. Summer, he's got to be careful about where he walks into it. He's actually been caught out here.
Bruiser Summer just gets blown up.
A little bit slow on the fingers.
Really nice. A little bit slow. And now Media are going to be able to connect that into a T1 tower down bottom as well. So finally they've been able to shut down Summer's Lifestealer.
Trying to trade
they
mid,
can open up. They will. Okay. Wow. I didn't think the tower was that low. Butterfly Effect gets a pretty big one. Activates a haste straight away as well. He's probably going to look to go back to farm towards a triangle, but the Shadow Fiend is continuing to ramp up his net worth.
I mean, they're just putting zero attention onto him is the other thing, right? He has been farming under an Observer Ward that just expired, and they still haven't gone for any sort of attempts. Yes, it's important to be able to take that bottom tower, but I'd be real surprised if Meteor didn't look to make a play towards where that Shadow Fiend is farming in this next little bit. They've even got an Invis rune to be able to help them out as well. So we'll see if that's what ends up happening. Again, you find it hard running into a Tombstone, though. You find it hard running into a Clockwork with cogs set up, even like unless you can get right on top of Butterfly Effect. He's going to be able to get that Requiem off just to be able to push you back.
They do have a lot to cancel the Requiem before the BKB, though, so... See if Butterfly Effect's able to get a decent timing for this next team fight to come out, because Dire, they're definitely ready to take a fight. And we did just see them smoke Echoes along with TZ, looking once again to try and slow down some of the heroes around the top side of the map, but they will not be able to connect with this attempt, so back to farming they go.
You would definitely expect a Primal Beast to have gotten a little bit more involved than he has so far this game, right? Like, level 7 is your huge power spike, and they just haven't really been able to do anything with it. He's got 3 assists, he was able to get a kill on that bottom side, but that was more on the lifestealer, just not popping his rage than anything that that Meteor Gaming did.
Yeah. And now it's at the stage where, like, with Dire not pushing the tempo, Radiant are happy with that. Yep. You do have this very hard 3-core lineup, and especially with the lifestealer going into the Radiant. So, I mean, Dire, it means for them that they're probably like, okay, we're right now, let's just get our items and then we can start to get active across the map. But if in doing so, it means if you miss out on that first team fight that you look to get very aggressive with, then this game can get very awkward.
Yeah, I mean, TZY's just bought the Vessel as well, but he doesn't have any charges on the urn, and I'm still wondering who he's actually going to be making plays with.
Well, mid lane Summer. Again, they're going to be able to get the connection with a hook shot. It's not fast enough. Clockwork's going to go down as a result of this as well with the Mortimer Kisses. So, Meteor, there we go. They're able to get 2 kills. Great use of the ultimates in combination together, and now this tower's going to go down as well.
I mean, they would have heard the onslaught coming through, though, as well. And he still just doesn't pop the rage. So cops a lot of that damage. Once again, falls to the pulverize on the lifestealer. And again, if you're going this really greedy Radiance build, I just don't think you can afford to do that. He's at least bought the Sacred Relic now to be able to assist with his farming, but really doesn't give you any effective HP at all.
Why is he in trouble? Blink's going to be up in a couple of seconds. Level 1 Blink is very interesting. I'm surprised he's put more levels in Shadow Strike, considering he went for a 1-1-2 build at level 4. What he was going
I'm not sure who he's targeting, really. It's not going to be the Slark. The Primal Beast has so much HP that he doesn't really care, and he's going to be able to move around with the Onslaught anyway. Timbersaw's got a hood, so yeah, I'm really not certain. As I mentioned as well, he does have that Vessel completed, though. So I guess they're just waiting for Shadow Fiend to get into this BKB before they're looking to do anything. He should reach it at a pretty equivalent time to Summer having the Radiance, so maybe that's the timing that Cactus are looking to play around. Clockwork as well, not really close to anything. Undying, he's going straight BKB. He wants to be able to withstand this Primal Beast and the Timbersaw for the time being. Wouldn't hate seeing a casual cloak either from Jimmy.
Well, you just mentioned the Radiant timings, but Dive seems like they've hit theirs there. Slark was able to disassemble the Echo Saber, so he has the Scepter now completed. You're closing in on the BKB for the Primal Beast as well, just needs a little bit of gold. And it's go time. I mean, there's no way Radiant with these 3 heroes are going to be able to kill Molasses, so it looks like maybe the support's acting as a bodyguard just to help Summer be able to get a little bit more farm across the map, but we're just going to see him look to TP down. So, again, Radiant, it seems like they want nothing to do with being the proactive ones at this stage of the game. It's going to be Dire that are making all the plays, as we'll see Slark try and get some of the essence going.
I have to wonder how much of this is, like, again, they're happy to be the greedier lineup, like you said. They've got the Radiance now coming out to Summer. He's going to farm a little bit more effectively. But, like, they got to be better at responding to a lot of this aggression. They either have to anticipate that it's coming and get the supports ready to counter-initiate, or you just got to pop the rage, my guy. So we'll see if Summer is able to do that, as, like you said, they are looking to go.
Oh, he's going to hook in. All right, so Fish King cancels the Pulverize, but
no damage.
Are you really ready to team fight? Butterfly Effect has completed the BKB. He's going to be able to charge up the Requiem, and with the control, it's actually not enough to bring down the Slark. He'll have an opportunity to try and get that Shadow Dance off and pounce away, so a couple of ultimates in conjunction together is not enough for Cactus to finally get a kill, which has been quite some time. They've only got 2 kills, and we're 17 minutes in, and maybe it's our media that look to turn it back around. They know there's a bit of a window for them with the ultimates on cooldown. Echoes will be able to charge through. Summer will finally pop the rage, so it's going to be okay for the moment. They'll look to get the blink away, but the Pulverize just before TZY is able to escape. It will not matter though. But Slark saw the brow, but he's jumped into his own death as Butterfly Effect is ready to go with the right click. So finally, Cactus gets some big turnaround kills.
Such a messy game of Dota, man. Like, Slark going into all of this AoE damage that they're able to provide, it's kind of wacky. They used all of their ultimates and didn't kill the Slark on the first go attempt, and they weren't really fighting around some huge objective either, you know, like a tower that's going to provide them a little bit of safety. All they really had to play with was this high ground ward that Jimmy had set up previously, so is there even a winner out of the back of that team fight? I really don't feel like there is.
Maybe another fight's going to break out, though, once again with the Clockwork. Should be able to set up for Butterfly Effect to get the kill, and, well, it'll be Fish King, but it doesn't matter. I think regards to the winner, maybe it's just an individual being Butterfly Effect, because he was involved in some of the kills, and he's furthering his position in the network. Didn't have to use a BKB as well, which is pretty important for the Shadow Fiend, so he still has that 9-second charge.
Yep, almost level 15. He'll have the Hurricane Pike as well. So just looking to, again, pick up that farm as quickly as possible. Got to make sure that you're not venturing too far away from your vision, especially against the Slark lineup at night. So he's just looking to take the safest area of the map at this time. Plenty of towers to TP2. You've got the vision, of course, from the multiple jungle wards to be able to play around with. The thing is, though, Slark he's going to look to play around that as well. They want a bit of a dewarding mission with that Echo Saber to instantly remove a lot of it. So the thing is, though, you've almost got the 4-star finish. Hurricane Pike only 350 gold coming after that, so I feel like they're going to be just fine. You don't really care about a death on Fish King at this point if it means that the big killers are on the other side of the map, because still early enough. It's 30 seconds on the death timer.
It does seem like
got 2 Spirit Vessel charges, so maybe they can make a little proactive action happen. Who knows? Not really lacking in lockdown, though.
But we definitely feel like it's probably go time shortly here, because you were mentioning maybe that 15 talent's going to co-align with the Radiants, and it seems like that is the case. So what's this next fight going to look like for Cactus? Where do they want to take it?
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean, to me, it looks like they don't have any power to make that decision. Yeah, he's going down again. More permanent agi. They don't have the power to make that decision, right? Like, maybe they could look to set up with a Shadow Fiend push, but he didn't even go the level 15 talent. He's waiting until level 16 to level it up, just because he feels like, well, everyone else is being run over. We're not ready to group up just yet. We really want to get into at least the Sange on the Lifestealer. So, I don't know. It just feels like this is really wonky Dota. They're just playing on their own. They're playing away from each other. There's no real cohesive strategy coming out. They're playing under a lot of vision as well. At least one will expire in 5 seconds.
Right, Fish King, he'll get the start onto Marblu, but no one else is really nearby to be able to follow up, and Butterfly Effect is now finally going to show up to the party, but okay, some spells casted between the two, some right clicks, and no one will go down as a result.
All right, sure.
Butterfly Effect, hang on, mid lane, look at this. An aggressive smoke echoes, he's going to jump in. Instant use of the BKB with a fall, but the kisses to take control. It's perfect. Meteor will make sure there's no opportunity for the Shadow Fiend to activate that BKB. So a big kill onto the hero who was in the top of the net worth position, and they've got a great position with the bottom creep wave as well, so they're going to get some great damage onto the tower.
They will indeed. I'm not sure what that was with the Undying. Like, he's got just the 1 point in the Soul Rip, but he had it available that entire time. If it was just one of those instances of you're being slammed around so much that you can't actually click the Soul Rip onto the hero that's being gone on, but you can just click the Portrait at the top. But yeah, bottom tower going down. No glyph available. Of course, the siege creep gonna do the majority of the work. Feels very odd, doesn't it? The way that they're playing this. And I mean, he's got the halberd at least now on Summer, but TZY, he's gone into a 4-star second item. He's bottom of the net worth. You're a quap. You don't have that farming accelerant. They're pinging out this this illusion from the Primal Beast. Maybe just feeling like his behavior was a little bit sussy. Marble has been doing a good job off the back of that really quick blink dagger that he was able to pick up.
And he's setting up as well on the tree line. They're starting to rotate to top on Dire.
Timber can't get there,
the jump slugs off the mark with the first bounce, and as a result, TZY is going to be okay. That goes though into the middle. It's a huge combo out of the Primal Beast. All the health just gets ripped apart. And now they can look to charge down another. Jimmy actually will be able to slither on out and TP. So in the end, I thought they were going to get a third kill. Nonetheless, though, it is once again a skirmish that goes the way of Meteor.
They're still hunting for him, but yeah, he's long gone. I mean, the question of this always is, are you going to be able to get an objective off the back of this? Maybe they're considering going into Roshan shortly, but you do just have the 1 point in the tag team, so maybe they're not feeling uber confident in being able to take it, even with that the Timber Saw. Seems like that's what they're checking on Cactus as well, just scouting out if a Roshan attempt was happening. And close to any other big timings, I mean, Skardy's going to feel real nice for Slark once he picks that one up, both against the Shadow Fiend and Quap, of course, because they're ranged, but even just the spell immunity piercing properties that it has against the Lifestealer feels real good.
Fish King? I don't know if this really a hero you want to start on to. Master's happy to potentially turn it back around, but really all eyes are going to be on Butterfly Effect and what the Shadow Fiend can do inside the middle of the team fights, as they want to try and sort of chase down Marblu. Try to strike, proving to be an issue, but Dire nearby to turn it around. Echoes, that's a huge pulverize, slamming away with the clockwork. He's going to be killed off for they're giving the bonus health out of the Infest. Molasses.
He didn't pop his
the one
hood.
that's actually going to go down as Butterfly Effect just tears him apart. The Shadow Fiend is enabled to right-click inside the fights. We can truly see how much damage he's able to dish out.
Wow, he got so much HP back as well from the Infest coming through from Summer. And look at this. He's even gone the level 10 talent for the Lifestealer, the Infest damage talent, which is something that we really don't see. So you can tell that they're clearly looking to play a lot more reactionary Dota. It was a lot of unexpected damage that they had coming out the other way. Yeah, you still lose the Quap, but I mean, Timber really shouldn't be dying there. And I just mentioned the importance of him just not popping the hood. It's an extra 350 absorption that you're able to have. Maybe you get a Timber Chain away. Maybe there's a little bit more of that reactive armor that starts ticking in. I'm going to stick with it. Odd Dota happening right now.
Yeah.
Lots of mistakes that are uncharacteristic for both of these teams.
Kind of... Oh, no start from Fish King. But we will make him work for it. Might be able to get the snowball into the blink away.
Oh.
And he does. All right, Marblu again. Very nicely done. Simultaneously, Butterfly Effect almost getting caught off guard, but the instant use of the Shadow Blade is going to keep him healthy. So this odd Dota, though, looks like it's kind of favoring Brady. I mean, Cactus still only down 1,000. This is, again, a tri-core lineup, and you're just starting to get a lot of farm on these heroes. One in particular that is struggling is the Queen of Pain, so maybe it's not that true fashion tri-core with how much farm that the Quap has, but Butterfly Effect is really the one that you've got to be cautious of, as TZ will go down as a result to this. So just a singular kill onto the Snap Fire, but there is going to be a wraparound. Instant Hope Out going to mitigate some of the damage from the Slark, so he'll be forced to pounce away.
That is a big undying with the Flesh Golem and the BKB being popped. I mean, how often do you see a position 5 first item BKB after the boots, you know? Like, it goes to show how effective of an item this is going to be. Oh, bottom? Okay.
All right.
That's the power of the Blink Dagger coming through from the Primal Beast there. I was just about to mention that before the fight broke out, that you do have this instant way to be able to get onto the Lifestealer. You're not going to be able to play around the sound cues of the Onslaught anymore. That plus the Blink in from the Tusk. There's plenty of ways that they've got to be able to respond to this this Lifestealer spell immunity.
Yeah. Might be able to get another one as well. Slark will have pounce up in a couple of seconds. They're going to make sure he lines it up. The feast once again onto another member. Just going back with your lifesteal point as well with the control that Echoes can provide. This is going to be almost 3 seconds of full stun lock duration, because you can go for, of course, that pulverize into the shift Q of the Onslaught and then stop that as well afterwards. So,
and you're going to have a Tusk with you. You're going to have a Snapfire with you. They're not lacking in lockdown, that's for sure. And there's nothing to break it right now on Cactus.
Blue be able to get the start, and once again we see what's able to come out with all the ultimates and components.
Summer, I don't think you want to be here.
We'll get the kill onto one. Jimmy could act as an infest carrier if Summer requires it. We'll actually consider about beating back on a Molasses simultaneously. Butterfly Effect, he's got a haste room, so we can look to try and charge down TZ. They know where the Slark is positioned as well. They've got the ward on the high ground. A very awkward position for Dai to take the fight in now, and still Roche hasn't gone down as well. It's not as weak as maybe I was expecting though. About two-thirds of its health pool to play with, but it looks like that's enough for Radiant to maybe walk in and claim it.
I mean, they still take it relatively quickly. You've got Molasses slowly walking on in here. There's no Primal. He walked too far away. Good hook shot coming through as well to be able to block him off.
Get the Aegis. Summer has that second life to work with. Still down to the south, we see Echoes is in some trouble. He can purge off the Spirit Vessel thanks to the Uproar. Simultaneously, Summer is going to be able to jump on out, but they're lacking the control though for Cactus. They need to continue to make sure they're grouped up so they don't get picked off one by one by this Assassin in the Slark.
I mean, the other thing is that Molasses is just a little bit short on mana. I think that's the big thing that's preventing them from going in, so they're really not all that scared of playing around this Timbersaw. So just another kill going their way. They force a buyback out of it as well. They're able to play around this Roshan, so maybe just looking to place Summer on the front lines a little bit more. Look at this. He's even holding on to a Blast Ring on the lifestealer. Basically said, well, Tusk, you're not going to be the one that makes that immediate jump in onto me. And, well, if you are, then we're going to be lacking a little bit of that extra damage.
So it seems like the start of the fights always look the scariest for Cactus when you're going up against that pulverized into Mortimer Kisses. But whenever those two ultimates on cooldown, then it seems like it kind of swings a little bit back into Cactus's favor. Would you agree with that?
I would. I think it's really important that Timbersaw's actually there to be able to connect it. Oh, they got the bash. To connect in onto that initial lockdown, right? Because he still does a ton of damage.
Off the left side, hang on, butterfly effect. It's going to be forced to pop the BKB. This could be a huge Requiem. Slark's able to pounce out at the last second, so it won't be a whole lot of damage onto the carry of Meteor. It's going to be able to duck into the tree line as well, but still, regardless, you're going to be able to force out the Requiem and the BKB for Butterfly Effect for just a kill onto Marblu's Tusk.
Feeling fairly satisfied about that. What are they really looking to go for next? I mean, Timber's got a Shiva's queuing up. I don't think that's going to be any, like, massive game changer. I guess it protects a little bit against an eventual Satanic that Butterfly Effect might be looking to go for, but he is really just not wanting to put himself onto the front lines. He wants to join the fights that he wants.
Lane. TZY echoes once again. It didn't get the... Ooh. No follow-up there with the onslaught.
That I was really looking for, right? But now Molasses is kind of on his own, man. You don't have the Pulverize to be able to play with for 10 seconds.
Doesn't have they want to take the fight, though. Look at the damage from Echoes. Sonic Wave's going to push him away, though. And Dire, they're starting to beeline to bottom. They're very close to the team fight as well. Radiant, they need to make their mind up of whether they're going to take the fight or look to retreat. Jumi is in some trouble. As soon as the BKB expires, they'll be able to bring him down. And up with the Slark, trying to turn over to TZY, but he'll just go to the right. Instead of the lifesteal, it just runs in solo. Yes, she's got the Aegis, but the Shadowfiend and the Quap, they're not in fighting shape, and as a result, Summer, he's in trouble off the back of the respawn.
No
protected with the Rage, and looks like he will be able to escape. They weren't able to hold him down afterwards.
Okay. Probably shouldn't have happened, but that's all right. The Ice Shards don't work out every single time, but they still do get a couple of valuable kills. They still do take away that bottom tier 2 tower, so... I feel like Meteor Gaming are relatively satisfied with how that one turns out, but they could certainly look to get a lot more. The real thing that I'm looking for still is Molasses connecting together with his Tusk and Primal Beast. And honestly, they can afford to group up right now. I really don't want to see them playing back on their side of the map anymore. I think you're going to take this away from the Radiant lineup. They don't have a gem to be able to play around with. They don't have a Slark. They don't have any easy way to de-ward either. They've got a bunch of melee heroes outside of the SF and Quap who don't want to be up front under potential vision. So,
Butterfly Effect.
Ooh, this would be a big
pick-off. See him with the Shivas? I don't think they did.
They didn't.
Oh, inside the river. What is going on? Little skirmish is breaking out across the map. They'll address the Tombstone instantly. Now Echoes, he's still got some remnants of the haste to catch up. They're going to drop the Mortimer Kisses just in case Cactus want to try and follow the line and look to enter that team fight, but it will not be the case.
Butterfly Effect's kind of playing a little bit of Rat Dota on this top side as well. He's basically saying to the rest of his team, hey, try and bring attention away from this top side, force someone to TP back. Of course, he does have that Blink Dagger plus the BKB, so he could look to go for a Requiem kill if it is the right sort of hero that moves up here. Also got fighting underneath that Observer Ward still inside the jungle. I'm a little surprised at how de-warded this Dire left side of jungle Cliff Ward has remained available. Now it's for Radiant. Previously it was for Dire, despite the fact that Tusk had been attempted on previously. Marblu, he was even hunting a little bit for that Shadow Fiend, but not able to catch him. He's got his own BKB, so feels a lot more confident in just being able to run forward, not be forced back by the Requiem coming through. I have to say, even though I haven't really loved the Quap pick overall, I think TZY's Sonic Waves have really been on point, especially protecting the Shadow Fiend when he has that BKB already used.
Oh, Marblu actually jumps. Not really the start they're hoping for a Meteor. Butterfly Effect should be able to get the kill after the snowball. Oh, he popped BKB as well in a Meteor. Can they take the fight 4-on-5? Echo's going to find the opening for the Pulverize. Slark's on top of him as well. So plenty of damage on the Butterfly Effect, but once again, the Sonic Wave, it's enough to push them away. They're going to look for the turnaround. But Summer doesn't have the damage by himself. They really need the SF to pump in the right clicks. They'll get the attempt now, but Melash says he's okay. And Slark, he's got an opportunity to once again jump into the middle of the team fight. It's further to the north. Echoes, he'll be able to get onto TZY. Does he have the damage just by his lonesome self? Gets rid of the Spirit Vessel.
Oh.
TZY looks like he's going to be okay.
Oh.
Blinks up to the high, going to provide the vision. He's got the Onslaught in a couple of seconds. They might look to go for the Clockwork instead, but the Jetpack into the TP out, he's okay, and it looks like TZY will also escape.
Messy. That's all you have to say, right? It doesn't feel like there's this big center where a lot of these team fights are going to be able to go around.
Oh, not gonna matter.
They might have got the Shadow Fiend though.
Looks like they have. That's a big kill. That is
way
a big
too far
one.
forward when you have no vision to play around with.
Even going refresh on Echoes as well. We've seen how vital those pulverizers have been inside the middle of the team fights. It's that little bit of control.
He's even going to have level 25 soon-ish, right? So
Yeah.
this is the period that we were talking about where Shadow Fiend certainly does drop off a lot. He's still top of the net worth, but his effectiveness, once these other power spikes for your opponents come out, are going to feel so much stronger. I mean, this is another BKB used for not that much on the Undying as well. So yeah, holding onto that plate mail just means that a few more Essence Shift stacks start to be built up by and well, he's even going to use that gem to be able to continue to deward, take away a lot of this map that they have to play around.
Yeah, it's just continuing to lose their vision. So difficult for Cactus to get a good jump. They've lost their... They bought a gem a couple of minutes ago as well. It looks like they've lost it, so that's even going to make it even more difficult for them to maybe have an even advantage here. So, I mean, we'll see. This game is now it's starting to get a little bit out of control. 11,000 net worth lead for Meteor. And it seems like there's just so much weight on the Shadow Fiend's shoulders, and I don't know if he's going to be able to carry the team in this one.
There's only so much you can do, right? Like, Co-op already doesn't scale. These items aren't going to enable you to scale. Your ultimates can be perfect, but if you just don't have the damage going back the other way against like 4 heroes that are already really hard to kill, and now they're building into their own BKBs. Now they've got their own aura with the Guardian Greaves to play around with. There's a Glimmer Cape as well on TZ, so be able to avoid a lot of that focus. Good repositioning. They've got 4-stuff already. Actually, they don't have 4-stuff. Maybe that's the one thing that they could look to pick up now on Meteor to be able to really round things out. Just if those BKBs are forced and it's not the perfect fight, just back off. They're low enough duration that it's going to be really effective. Really are just begging to have any sort of vision to be able to fight around.
It's a pretty good tombstone, but you see the call from Meteor. They just want to retreat.
It's not the perfect fight,
to
just
do with
walk
a
away.
team fight. Exactly right. Great call. Just avoid it. Go back to your own vision. Tombstone on cooldown. Jimmy pop the BKB. You can go back instantly. In fact, you might not even need to go back in because you've got Roche up in 20 seconds. So you might just look to wait a little bit and
push
try
in
and
the
clean
lanes.
This one is
force them to make some sort of a defensive movement around protecting your tier 3 towers. And yeah, it's all just going to be about staying inside that Roche pit, just 10 seconds away. It's constantly being rocketed at least. Like, I think Cactus realized that this is their last fight to be able to play around with.
it's going to be a picture-perfect fight for them if they're looking to try and find a way back into this game. Let's see what the call is going to be. Dire, they're starting to steer their attention over to the pit, and Radiant, they're going to group up as well to get ready for a smoke. Summit did just complete the BKB. He's got a lot of magic immunity inside this team fight.
I think they double smoked as well on Cactus, so they're a little bit rattled. They've got to make sure they can get there fast enough. Good positioning by Marblu as well to be able to break
Scans off the
smokes.
mark. Fish King, that's a great hook shot. Look at the angle. Trapping 3 inside the pit. That's going to enable Butterfly Effect. But they've only got the kill onto one. Dire, they can look to turn it back around now. A lot was committed to start the fight. Need to respect Butterfly Effect though. We still got the BKB on the Shadow Fiend to work with. It's going to be an in and out dance for the Slark in particular. Looking to try and steal a little bit of essence to back off and regen up.
They really just want to wait for that Tombstone to expire. That's the thing that's stopping the Slark from being able to consistently play around that Shadow Dance. And, well, there we go. It has gone away. They don't have Tombstone. They don't have BKBs. They still do have one on the Lifestealer, though, so he's going to feel confident enough to go in.
Summer!
All right.
Oh, no. And now Echoes, he's holding Butterfly Effect into place as well, so their main damage source. He can finally look to activate the B. He's going to try and charge up the Requiem as well. But there's just going to be nothing else that's left in the tank as Meteor. They'll look for the cleanup. A snowball pass through too. Fish King's going to go down as well. And off the back of the successful team fight, Dai can reap the rewards as Roche is all theirs for the taking.
Always kind of felt like the game would reach this point, didn't it? You know, they've just got so many responses for everything that Cactus have to throw at them. And, well, they've even got an Ogre Seal Totem to play around with on the Tusk. I've been really impressed by, once again, how Marblu's been playing this one. Always being able to catch out the right targets at the start. He didn't necessarily break the initiation there that time around, but he prevented the rest of the team from coming in onto that initial burst, which is why they were only able to get a single kill at the very beginning.
Little things as well. We just saw as soon as the Requiem's getting charged up, Slark, he didn't mind about eating all the damage. He just popped that Dark Pack, so the fear was reduced instantly, and then got back to getting the right clicks out onto the Shadow Fiend. So
yep,
Meteor just excelling inside the middle of the team fights.
And Marblu had held his own BKB, so he was able to just pop it right in the SF's face. Took 0 damage from the Requiem, and then was able to stay on top of him, making sure that there was no way for him to be able to escape with any kind of weird TP plays. Slark's actually chosen to go the extra 1 second on the Shadow Dance duration as well. I don't hate it, you know, up against a lot of melee that's going to be needed to be able to take you down. So he doesn't even... he's got the BKB backpacked, but like, you've got that to be able to play around with, plus the Aegis, plus the magic resistance from the Bloodthorn. And like you mentioned, he's really been on point with that Dark Pact as well in response to the Requiem, so... I like this. Let's say, what do you think the percentage rate is that they take the Essence Shift duration as opposed to the Dark Pact?
Oh, I'm actually not sure. Maybe 70-30?
80-20.
Okay.
I would have said that's probably about right. There are the odd games where you're up against all this melee with no way to get into it. It just feels like, all right, you can't kill me, I'll take it.
Maybe even helps.
Primer's nearly level 25. I'd say that's probably the last thing that they're waiting for. He can look to farm this wave under vision on the bottom side. Relative safety. Might look to quickly burst it out and then blink away, but it's actually Shadow Fiend that's the one that's more scared of him.
They're starting to pounce on down to bottom.
Yeah,
see if they can catch up Butterfly Effect before he makes it back to the safety of his high ground. What did he go? Did he go the
duration? Okay. Maybe just feeling like they are able to kite these fights enough that it's not going to be that big of a deal. And I mean, if you can just keep someone locked down for all that time, why not? They might even feel like it's worthy going on to the Clockwork first, considering you know he bought back in that previous Roche fight. And again, he's the only one that's going to be able to stop a BKB Pulverize. I guess the Lifestealer, right? If he's got the Basher, but
True.
I would say the Lifestealer probably is the target to go on to.
And I think the Clockwork is the person to enable the Shadow Fiend on this higher ground. So if you just kill him, it's a free kill. It's not going to take a lot. 2100 health. He's going to be down for 70 seconds. It's just an easy kill to get that 4v5.
They just use Sonic Wave up top just to be able to get these lanes out a little bit. So I wonder if they've got information about that.
Come on, mid lane. There's the jump in. We're going to be able to kick away Butterfly Effect to the low ground. The Shadow Fiend is in a vulnerable position. We can Sandstrong up the back of the BKB, but once it expires, Butterfly Effect needs to be cautious of his positioning. As Slarky recognizes, can continue to charge up. Refresher's going to be activated to get that pounce away. Didn't want to lose the Aegis, it looks like, but no one goes down, and Well, Cactus, they'll continue to hold the high ground.
They will. That was on Echo. You see him there with the voice line. He says sorry. He uses the BKB, jumps in, but isn't able to get the pulverize because finally Summer just pops his rage in response to an aggressive kill attempt. So because he didn't go the spell immunity talent, because he went the duration, isn't able to get that initiation on, and they don't feel confident enough to go forward. And of course, he doesn't want to use the refresher just to refresh a BKB, so they're forced to back off. They'll only have about 10 or so seconds to make another one of those plays while still having the Aegis as well. So we'll see what Meteor Gaming choose to do, if it's just going to have closed a bit of a window that they had to close the game, or if they're just still going to go for it.
Bottom lane, Marblu. Oh, they don't kick Summer up on the high ground. Still, he needs an Infest target. Is he going to be able to find one, though? Simultaneously, they're dying. It's going to get blown off
nice
from the northern side. That's a great rock throw from Echoes. He's still struggling to find a pulverized target, though. Radiant, they've done a great job to reset back to safety of their high ground, but Echoes, he still wants to look to go in. As the Queen of Pain's vulnerable butterfly effect, he'll be able to charge up the ultimate. It's enough to get the one kill. Now Marblu's in trouble as well. A snowball further down to the low ground, but they've got the vision, need a little bit more damage, and it's not enough. Marblu will stay alive, and now Molasses, he's looking to hit back. They will force out the buyback out of TZY, though. Some Meteor paying some respect. They'll look to reset their positioning, but for how long? When do they want to go back in?
They don't have the Aegis to be able to play around with. That went well for Meteor, but even then, it wasn't perfect, right? Like, you had the Aegis, you had the BKB to be able to play around with on the Slark. You hit, finally, that long duration pulverize, but you had Snapfire outside the base. You had Timbersaw outside the base. You had Slark with Aegis and BKB outside the base. So I'm like, come on, guys. The time is now to be able to move on forward. And, well, that means that you don't get usage out of that refresher either on the Primal. Really felt like the game could have ended just then if they were all on the same page.
Oh, hookshot mid. All right, Snapfire should go down. A lot of damage with the raise thanks to the 25 talent. And now that's probably going to give Butterfly Effect enough gold to have the Arcane Blink plus buyback. Actually needs a little bit more.
No neutral items, unfortunately, for him. Shadow Rays applying the attack damage feels pretty nice, though. Ooh, okay. I kind of want to see the Lifestealer get that Ascetics cap. Like, if you're getting gone on, you've already got some status resistance coming through from your Halberd. I feel like Ascetics cap is just going to provide you that way to be able to avoid that initial burst. Especially if the Primal is able to find you with that level 25 talent, increased duration on it.
I think they got a glimpse of Summer. They're really going to go for this attempt. Early BKB from Echo as they spy up the Shadow Fiend, but again,
the clock hook didn't hit.
His hookshot, their placement wasn't perfect, so the Shadow Fiend, they weren't able to cancel out the pulverize, and now Echoes even wanting to get up to Jumi as well.
No bash.
He's going to be able to make it away. No bash.
Because he doesn't have a basher. The Shadow Fiend at least was able to get the money for buyback off the back of that, but again, remember, it's a Shadow Fiend. He's got 12 souls at the moment, so really not that big damage dealer that we've come to expect. They're just going to push in bot and mid and look to play around this. Again, Pulverize is almost back up. But it is back up. Refresh is almost back up.
They're going to be cautious. One person shows Marblu is just going to kick him away. There's the instant kill onto the Undying, and there's the buybacks forced, but they're going to get nothing out of it. Fishkin will try. A great cookie is going to be able to protect Marblu. They still want to dive deeper inside.
Where's that Arcane Requiem?
I mean, what is he really going to be able to do? They'll turn their attention back over towards the Slark, but they're just lacking the control and the damage. Slark will stand strong with the activation of the Refresher. He's got a second round of the Shadow Dance. Butterfly Effect, he'll finally get that Arcane Blink into the Requiem, but it just does
not on
damage.
top of anyone.
Yeah, it does nothing. No one was on top, so... Oh.
They're playing with their food a little bit right now on Meteor, and for good reason. I mean, from the draft, I feel like these are the guys that had it available to themselves, and yeah, they're not even going to go for that one last defense. GG being called by Summer on the Lifestealer. This was a draft issue for mine, plain and simple. You know, like, I was feeling really confident with Meteor, even though I feel like Cactus are probably the better team in terms of their execution in game. I don't think it probably should have gone to the 49-minute mark. I think they had plenty of opportunities to close out the game until here, but you didn't respond to the picks that they were going for. You didn't take advantage of having first pick. They chose first pick as well to be able to play around with. So just lots of odd choices coming out from Cactus, to be honest. But, you know, props to Meteor Gaming. You got to take advantage of it, and they did.
Yeah, that they did indeed. And so far in the previous 2 series for Meteor, they've both gone the 3 games, but they lost game 1 in both those series. So now they've won game 1. Maybe the trend will be flipped a little because this was still a... Yeah.
As well, Cactus, same sort of thing. They've won both of their series 2-1, and they've won both of their game 1s. So we got a little bit of a reversal coming through here. Maybe this is the day. It's opposite day coming through. Aries is going to be smart. Cactus might lose. You know, lots of still crazy stuff could happen.
You what?
You heard me.
Calm me down. Calm me down. What is this? What is this? I'm catching strays. I've done nothing wrong. I've done absolutely nothing wrong, and I'm just catching strays like that. In fact, my mum tells me I'm smart, and honestly, I think I'm relatively smart as well. I did top my class in maths, so please leave me alone.
All right, what's 2 + 2?
5.
Ah, very good.
Knew it.
AU maths coming through. That is one of the great mysteries in life, right? How can I be taller and more handsome every single time I go and see my grandma? It just happens, you know, one of life's weird mysteries.
Every time you see your grandma, why? Does your grandma have to bring it up saying, where's your partner?
No.
Are you that ugly? You don't
Where
have
did
a partner?
that come from? It said nothing about my lack of a partner.
Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. You're a beautiful man, Denok. It's all right. You'll find the one very shortly.
Don't worry. I've had too many Easter eggs. Probably I need to work it off first.
It's the time. It's all right. Everyone's allowed to have the Easter eggs. I went through my packet as well, but very, very impressed with Meteor. Getting back to the game, this was again a team that I was expecting a little bit more out of heading into the second tour. So far, they've started off really slow, and it's just game 1 though, so I don't really want to get too far ahead. But it looked like a much better Meteor than what we've seen so far, and I think in particular another really good game for Echoes as well. Like they played through this Primal Beast who made a lot of really good early rotations, but really I just think what he was able to do inside the team fights was pretty stellar. We saw his target prioritization out of the Pulverize was a big reason of why they're able to come out on top in a lot of the early to mid game fights. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, he only died the once as well when they were going for that super deep dive inside of the base, I believe. So, I mean, this is a game that I really didn't think Meteor had any business in getting close to losing. So I'm happy that at least if you give them the keys to the castle, they're able to, you know, make the most of it. But I wasn't completely convinced by the overall gameplay. This just kind of felt, I'm starting to use this word a lot, inevitable, coming through from them, you know? Like, they were just strong all throughout. They didn't have the Timber response as a last pick off-lane Queen of Pain that dies 10 times and does equivalent damage to a Clockwork on the team. Ooh, really doesn't seem all that effective, you know?
That's not the last pick you're hoping for out of your offlaner. Unfortunately for TZY, I wasn't able to have a game that he's probably hoping to remember, but at least they do have a second game and potentially a third game as well if they're going to be able to come out on top. We'll find out if they can do so though after the break. We're back with our second game. A much better showing as well from the boys on Media. Is going to give them this game advantage here, but it's a question of can they continue with the momentum. It definitely felt like we were both a little bit hesitant on the draft on Cactus. What are we... If we can outline some things, is there anything that we hope they fix heading into this second draft?
If you're going to take first pick, use it. You know, I need to see that gotcha pick of the first phase. And I don't think Shadow Fiend is that. There's still plenty of ways to be able to address it. You know the way that Cactus are looking to play. They put all of their eggs into the butterfly effect basket, and they just went full-on kill threat. So I think that was a really solid draft by Meteor, and one that I'm sure Cactus would like to forget. But, well, we'll see. We'll see how it changes in game number 2.
As we do have our draft coming up shortly. It does look like still the odds at esportsbet.io is favoring Cactus, of course. I mean, you do have to keep in mind they are 2 series to 0 compared to Meteor being the other way around. So still, a lot of these games have gone the distance going into that third game. In fact, for both the teams, like you said before, they've gone to the game 3. So we'll see if that trend is going to continue. As we will get our draft on screen.
Spoiler alert, the bans are the exact same as last time, which I'm fine with on Meteor's side. I really want to see something crazy here on Cactus. I mean, they're just going for the Jumi Undying again. I called it before the first draft. He's a bit of an Undying spammer, and, well, he hasn't disappointed 2 games in a row. And I really don't see a reason for Meteor Gaming to change anything. Is this a replay? What's going on here?
Roll it back.
Roll it back.
Well, there we go. Primal Beast is gone, so at least there's one adaptation.
Are they actually just going to ban out Primal, Timbersaw, and Slark?
Oh, I don't think so. Okay. I was going to say, I don't think they will, but I was a little bit concerned they might. But there is that Batrider ban once again, so... Another hero that is very strong at being able to get on top of the Shadow Fiend. So it does look like now they're going to continue to enable Butterfly Effect on this hero.
Give me a Jakiro Cactus. You're into a Tusk and a Snapfire. Ice Path, pretty good against both of those heroes. And if they're trying to run at you, Macropire, even the Ice Path itself, really dissuades that. I wouldn't hate to see it at all. And they need a way to open up the map for Shadow Fiend to farm. I think that's the other big issue that they had with their draft. Like, Quap does not do that at all. Like, it's not even like you can buy a Meteor Hammer on this Quap because you don't really have something to set up for anything other than towers and creep waves. And Quap doesn't have a weakness in taking creep waves. So I was about to say I wouldn't have hated a Dragon Knight, but I kind of would have. And it was just the draft that they pigeonholed themselves into, where they just didn't have an effective last pick in the last game. But I really want to see them get on the front foot this time around. And with this duo of picks in the second phase, be something that can take the game before that level 15. Because you got to make sure that it's not just everything on the SF. Have a quick look, actually, at... I mean, Butterfly Effect was a long way away ahead of even the Lifestealer in the last game. I think it was 7-8k net worth lead that he had over his own Lifestealer. And you probably want... Like, Lifestealer isn't one of those cores that you can completely sacrifice, right? He's not like a Monkey King that at least provides you some team fight effectiveness in terms of the Wukongs and the Boundless and shoving waves. Lifestealer is very much just a brawler, and he was not enabled to brawl, that's for sure.
No, he wasn't in that game, so...
So give me some initiation, give me some tower push. That's what I want on Cactus.
Like, it might continue to be a bit of a difficult tour, though, for Summer in particular, if they're going to continue to have Butterfly Effect on a lot of these win condition heroes. So far, I still do want to just quickly say, like, the R2-0, so something is working for them, but... It can be a little bit awkward with your hero pool if your position 2 is the one that is getting a lot more of the priority.
Are they considering an Ursa or something on their side? I mean, the bans don't really suggest it, but I still feel like when you're playing Radiant, it's an early-ish tempo hero. Disruptor makes things a little bit difficult though, doesn't it? Could they go Rubik? Wouldn't hate a Rubik. Lots of good spells to steal, protect from the kinetic field.
10 seconds remaining.
And they've clearly looked to get rid of a lot of those diving style heroes, right? Bat's gone, Puck's gone, Storm's gone, Ember's gone. So nothing really looking to disrupt what these heroes are able to do on the backlines. And, well, Doom just feels probably a little passive for me, even into the Disruptor, right? You think, well, you can actually just run him down with the Scorched Earth, but he just glimpses you. It's fine. At least we do get that Jakiro I was wanting.
And I was thinking Meteor might be setting themselves up for a TA at the 18th, but I think now with maybe the Doom and Jakiro, you might be a little bit more hesitant with a lot of the damage over time to help deal with the refraction, because I think TA would have fit their lineup pretty well with the Disruptor. You got the Vision for the Glimpse back. It's a pretty good matchup versus Shadow Fiend as well inside the lane. You've got the tag team to amplify you, but I like the response from Cactus. If there was going to be a TA picked up, I think it's a little bit more difficult now.
Oh, you were thinking a mid TA?
Yeah, fair goes.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated that, to be honest. What else can you look to go into this? I mean, they are still lacking in dive. Can you go greedy? Can you sniper or something into this Shadow Fiend? Because you can't pick a melee hero. You're just going to get bullied way too much. You don't really want to go something like a Leshrac, I don't think. Drow, it's fine, right? Like, it can only go in one lane, which is probably the one weakness that I see for it, that you know what this top side's going to be, but I guess you knew that it was probably a Doom Jakiro lane that you were facing up into anyway. So,
10 seconds
I don't know.
remaining.
I think they'll be just fine on this Drow, to be honest. No real ways to get that immediate jump, and even if they do, they've got Glimpse, they've got Snowball save, they've got Cookie. So I'm still liking Meteor's draft so far, but it's a better draft by Cactus. I still need to see a little bit more tower push. This is the game where I want to see the DK come out for them. That's that backline jump. That's that way to be able to push towers. That's that way to create some space and be that hero playing in front of the SF, because right now it's really only Doom. You could say Undying maybe, but I'm not seeing the effectiveness this time around. Maybe with that Viper ban, the break, that's what we're really thinking about, right? Even, like, this screams DK to me, don't you think?
Team pick. Dire team pick.
Like it.
Oh,
Okay.
carry Doom?
Yeah. Could be Carry Lycan.
Could be. That is true. That is true, actually. Could still be the carry Lycan. So, see what the last pick's going to be for Media. Looking for a mid laner. Pango would have been lovely to address the Lycan.
5 seconds remaining.
You can't mid Mars, can you?
You can. I think you've got a lot of damage to play with the Mars, with the Snap and the Drow.
Really enables the Lycan, enables the Snapfire, physical damage against the Wolves, just holding SF into place. I quite like it.
Echoes does play a very good mid Mars.
He does. You could do mid Tusk as well. Like, Mars and Tusk are probably the only melee heroes outside of maybe Kunkka that I want to see into an SF mid. Just because you can clear out those waves from, you know, relative range. You're very tanky.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what the call is going to be. You need whatever it is, it needs to be a hero that can help kind of tank up the formation from Meteor, because currently you do have some difficulties with doing that. Help the draw positioning, so very good call. We're going to get the Mars. And we'll see what role it's going to be played in, though. Well, we can see Cactus first, so it is going to be a position 1 Lycan. So TZY is going to be picking up the off-lane Doom. And it looks like Meteor is still trying to work out what is going on with their heroes.
So maybe it's probably a Tusk 5 and a Snap mid? I don't know. I don't know what Meteor are doing. It seems like they're not 100% sure either.
All right. We get the off-lane. Oh. That's off-lane Snapfire. It's okay.
Yeah, you were predicting a little bit of annoyance to come out from me, but it's fine. You know, Snap does a bit more with money relative to what Tusk does, and you're so much more effective at rotating on the Tusk. I like it. even the Disruptor is relatively good rotator, right? Like, even if someone gets out of the arena, for example, you can just glimpse them back in, and then it's like you never even screwed up the initial initiation coming through. But I really like this Mars last pick. I like the draft overall by Meteor. I think they've got ways to be able to hold them in. Even just the kinetic field against the Lycan, right, feels incredibly solid. So I'm probably going to be favoring Meteor Gaming again this time around, but I feel better about Cactus's draft relative to what they had last game.
I agree. I'm slightly favoring Meteor, but for Cactus, we'll see. It's going to be, I think, again, a lot on the back of how are they going to be able to play around with this level 15 timing to come out from the Shadow Fiend. You've got that with the Helm of the Overlord as well from the Lycan. You're just going to be ready to run across the map and prove to be a very big issue. But I think if you're unable to capitalize on that early timing, then I think Meteor should be very happy with the draft they've got so far.
So I'm just thinking, like, when 33 plays his Doom, for example, in the off lane, like, yes, he goes a little greedy, he gets his Midas, yada, 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 but he still goes occasionally, you know, some of these aura items. And I wonder if that's going to be the case this game, because Lycan needs BKB this game. And if you're playing it a position 1, then I think you could probably be afforded that luxury, because you're just going to do nothing into the arena, into the glimpse, into the kinetic field. You don't want to be held in place.
Uh-oh.
Get a quick kill.
Run! Oh, well, a little bit of awkward communication, but
They'll still get him.
Nonetheless, they will still get... Oh, well, they will get it, but it's going to be Molasses that finds first blood. It's a core, but unfortunately, it's not Echoes that finds first blood on the mid-Mars.
It's fine. I mean, you probably want this this Snapfire having a little bit of extra gold up against an Undying lane anyway, so going to make things just that little bit easier for him. What's that Mortimer skin called? The Whippersnapper is the crocodile, apparently. Crocodile, alligator. What's the difference? I think it's the nose. That's the difference.
All I know is just salt water, right? I don't know the other.
There's salt and freshwater crocodiles.
Oh, okay. There you go. Well, I don't know that.
Told you. Well, I guess it's not opposite day. All right, so...
I don't have to know, man. We are... We're not in
we do have to know.
Queensland
We're in the one country that does need to know the difference between like crocodiles and alligators and that sort of thing.
We are in the one state where we don't have to know, though.
Yeah, but holidays.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll stay the hell out of the water. I'm good.
True, box jellyfish.
I'm good.
Sharks, crocodiles.
Anything will kill you.
Stay away from Queensland is what we're saying.
Yeah. What do you want to die from? It's just pick your poison. What's it gonna be?
Those. I mean, Nat lives in Queensland as well. That's another reason to not go.
Oh, that's great reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's some scary things over in Queensland. I might even add Nat to this list. Maybe she'll kill me instead of
Baseskip as well.
The animals. Baseskip. He's lovely though. He won't kill me.
With kindness.
He doesn't like you, I heard though. So
no, he loves me. He used to be my caster. All right, don't you start.
Yeah,
I could go back to him anytime I want.
Oh, whoa! I don't know.
Yeah,
I saw how
right.
he treated you when we did the studio work over in Sydney.
We had a great time. You were the one that was getting a lot of the roasts.
Nah, what? Nah.
You're still holding that against us. We called you little guy. You're like, what? What do you mean?
Come on, guys. I was actually upset about something else. It wasn't that.
Okay.
But it's okay. It's okay.
I hope everything's all right now.
Oh, you kind of bullied me. I've never forgiven you guys. Never forgiven you guys. Always have this grudge now.
For sure. These lanes are going pretty standard, right? Like a lot of passive, a lot of farm. This is why I was expecting the Mars to have a decent time in lane, just because you've got these spells that are going to enable you to keep the lane relatively shoved, prevent Mars from doing what Shadow Fiend from doing what Shadow Fiend does in just harassing you out whenever you go into melee range. He's going to be able to get the water in though. So one for both teams. I have to say that like Echoes is going to be totally fine with this. Just the trio of things, right? A, it's good against Shadow Fiend. B, it's a comfort hero from him. C, amazing against Mars. And honestly, even D, good synergy together with the Drow and the Snapfire.
So it looks like the Mars is off to a very good start. I think the one lane I'm a little bit intrigued by is how this top lane's going to go. There's a decent amount of kill threat for Radiant if you're, I think, able to get level 3 before Meteor. Probably looking at that second point in the Scorched Earth, potentially second point in the Dual Breath as well. But this lane is going to come down to actually bottom, yeah, Undying. See, Jumi's in some trouble. Marbleu and Molasses in combination together is able to get their second kill of the game.
So at least he was completely out of mana when he went for that. And look at this. This is not what you want to let happen against a Doom. You don't want to enable them to just go for these dives in onto you. Good early level in the Gust, though, to prevent that dive by Is it going to be enough, though? Because he's got the Cup Guy aura. That's going to keep him speedy. Look, he's diving a tier 2 at 3.5 minutes, man, and he's having to TP back to his lane.
Don't you just... You dive again with Scorched Earth.
You do, but it's still 15 seconds away.
You might not even need it, though. Oh, they're going to be forced to TP Disruptor up top. It's a pretty good shot, but regardless, the Drow's still in a lot of trouble. Oh, that's a huge kill for them to find. And even with Marbleu TPing up, the Disruptor's not going to be able to keep her alive, and they might not even get a return kill. Tag team up in a couple of seconds, and they just got that right click from the Disruptor to slow down Fish King. So, yes, they'll be able to trade kills, but the Drow has to make the walk a shame to top.
I really didn't feel like they needed to continue running left. If it was me, I would have stayed around that tower because the Scorched Earth had expired. And, well, if Doom was to get any damage onto you under the tower, he would have had to right-click you. He just did all of his damage off the back of the Scorched Earth there. So I really think that at, again, the 3.5 minute mark, Doom isn't wanting to be right-clicking anyone underneath the tower.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you later.
It's nice from TZ that he was standing in the tree line to give them vision. So at least someone else is going to have to walk all the way back to top. But honestly, you probably don't care considering TZY. He's got a full Kree wave under the tower. So doesn't want a support to be here to soak up his experience.
Exactly. He's like, let that be a lesson to you, trying to take my farm away. He isn't able to get a pull off, though. Sorry, not a pull, a stack off inside of the Ancients camp. So that's really what you want with a Shadow Fiend. If they were able to do that, I think they would have been even better with that sort of exchange. I do have to give kudos to the fact that Molasses is still topping the net worth. Yes, he had the first blood and that second kill to be able to play off of, but you've been left solo up against an Undying and well, Leica doesn't really have as much kill threat, but certainly the Undying makes things a little bit more difficult for you. But still, despite that, he's going to be able to get into an earlier Arcane Boots.
Courier has been killed.
Never mind.
Okay. Whoa.
Gets sniped by the wolf.
I mean, that's some heads-up play from Summer. It's very, very common for the Snapfire to rush that Arcane Brute, so just had the Wolves already nearby at the secret shop. Really nice heads-up play, honestly. That's a big thing. That can be a lane-winning thing.
Mm-hmm.
Stop again, Drow.
Marbleu doesn't have TP this time.
Jumi's going to rotate. So what do? Snowball. It'll buy some time, but it's just going to delay the inevitable. And in fact, TZ, he's also going to go down as well. So Cactus, this early rotation coming out from Jumi is perfect. They recognize the Lycan.
And
is
this
not
is still the siege
vulnerable at
creep.
all.
It's 6 minutes 20, and they've still got the siege creep there. They don't have the glyph because they used it aggressively last time. And at least the tombstone is going to do a little bit to clear out this dire creep wave, but this is still going to be a lot of damage. And I'm sure the comms around Meteor Gaming was disrupt a TP up, help us, but he didn't have it at the time. It's coming out to him on the courier now, so just maybe not respecting the fact that Doom is just going to go for that sort of play again, especially with the amount of experience that he got.
All right, well, with Kisses, they should be able to get the kill into Summer. And they, too, are still holding their own catapult wave as well. So it cost them 4 members to be down here, though, to get that kill.
Had to do it, though. I mean, Drow just does not feel safe at all on this top side. Doom's nearly level 6, and Drow just hit level 4. That's the state of this game right now. So they're just like, Drow needs space to farm somewhere.
They're going to see the Lycan TPing to the outpost as well, so they should know that this tower is going to go down for free. And like you just said, Drow needs the space to be able to find her farm, and now with this tower getting claimed, will be able to make the bottom side of the map just that little bit safer for her.
My question is, who's going to go back top? Because there's a couple of range creeps and a siege creep hitting into the tower and another wave coming. But do you just look to try and stick around your own drow for a little bit? They have walked underneath this ward, and Echo, he is going to land this stun. Okay.
I'm not mad though. Some of the use of the shapeshift proving to be a really big issue for Echoes. They'll finally be able to get the stun out. The cookie follow-up as well. Do they have the damage? One more right click and Summer goes down, but the rebuttal from the boys on Cactus Echoes.
A gust could help him.
He's getting chased over to the right side. They need the Wolves to body block him. Great micro from Summer, even though he's sent to the grave. There still might be some turnaround potential though. TZ trying to get on Butterfly Effect, but the Snowball's going to be able to stop the feed on the backline stab. Fish King, beautiful use of this spell casting, gets on top of the Drow Ranger, and in the end, that exchange well and truly favors Cactus's Butterfly Effect. We rewarded with a double kill.
They're probably even going to get a D-ward out of them as well that doesn't land onto anything. Well, what a great start to the game TZY has had on his Doom. Gets an 8.5-minute Midas as that maxed out Scorched Earth to be able to play around with. He's even got the Tumbler's Toy as well, just to be able to go for these quick surprise Dooms as well before you're able to get the Gust off, before you can potentially drop the arena.
So it's another game that the SF is topping. Well, actually, it's a Doom. Sorry, they look so similar in the in the little icon. A quick look, but all right. So let me rephrase this now. It still is another game that Butterfly Effect's off to a pretty good start. We might see him in some trouble though. He was farming under that ward, but
lucky.
It'll be a little bit too late. But is this a better Shadow Fiend game than what we saw last?
Oh man. They were trying to get that glimpse off. They even placed down the Observer Ward to be able to do it, but he just backed off enough. At least they were able to get not a solo kill. Drow down there with a Tusk. Sorry, is this a better Shadow Fiend game, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it's a pretty equivalent Shadow Fiend game. I think it's just every other hero doesn't feel completely useless this time around.
Mid lane, Echoes. Oh, he's going to miss on the spear, but still they've got the Mortimer Kisses. And with this Butterfly Effect, is he going to go down? The glimpses at the ready from Marblu, but he ran out of range. Butterfly Effect still is in some trouble, but where's the damage to come out? TZ is going to try and attempt the Molasses as well as into the middle. Then now, with how weak they are, Summer, he can just look to clean up. The Wolves ready to feast. They'll get the one, and soon the second. In fact, it's somehow the Jakiro that is rewarded with the double kill, but this is a prime position for them to now turn this into some objective damage.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's not an easier game at all for the SF, right? But I just love the Jakiro against these lineups that want to run at you. Sure, you've got the same sort of thing with the Mars on Meteor Gaming side with, Lycan wants to run at you, Doom wants to run at you. So this is what I'm talking about, right? Sure, the SF might die, but you get out on the better end of that team fight overall. Of course, Doom doesn't die. The real carry. Did you see any of the games last night, like Talon were playing last night?
No, I didn't see Talon.
Q went bonkers on Tiny in one of the games against Spirit. It was crazy to see.
That game 1 or game 2? I kind of had it up for a little bit. It was 1?
He was level 20 when everyone else was like level 17.
What did he try and scale?
Eventually, but yeah. Anyway, the power of supports.
No, I don't remember what game it was, but there was a game we casted where there was a Tiny support that just scaled super early on. Bottom lane, Jakiro should end up going down here, so some much needed gold given over to the Drow Ranger. Oh, it's a Midas queued up. Oh boy. Well, at least he's got it now.
The Drow, yeah.
So, I mean, you match up very well versus Shadow Fiend, but this Midas is going to heavily slow down her game as another little skirmish break in now. Jumi,
I wonder if that means that you can... Okay, yeah. They might get a kill onto the Disruptor. Never mind, Undying's going to die. I wonder if this means that Drow actually feels a little bit more... Surely he dies. Feels a little bit more confident in showing up to these earlier fights on the Drow Ranger with the Midas. And, a lot of people are thinking, what do you mean? This means that you're trying to get super greedy, but if you've got a Lycan pushing into with the Helm Dom, which is all he's going to have for the next probably like 3 minutes, then maybe you can look to use like not the next Midas cooldown, but the one after that to be able to respond to it while it's not the Helm of the Overlord and take away a lot of the damage that they have right now on Cactus.
My only thing against that is it seems like they're playing complete opposite sides of the map. So we will see Doom in trouble. Echoes, there's that blink reveal, and this is the hero on top of the network. So a gigantic kill for Meteor to find, and someone committed with the shapeshift as well. He'll get the kill onto Marblu, so the trade is there, but at least he doesn't feed the Helm Dome creep as well. He's going to be able to recapture one of the neutrals, but you're very happy with that on Dire. That was the hero on top, and able to get the kill onto the Doom now.
I'm not sure you necessarily need to be playing right next to a tier 2 tower when tier 1 mid is still up. Pretty valuable item to pick up, and they're just giving more and more. Like, that was a solo kill that Drow was able to get on the bottom side of the map. This should not be allowed to happen. Like, she is the main target, especially with this Midas. You don't have any stats outside of the Treads and the Wraith Band. You are very squishy still, so I feel like they're kind of giving away a lot of their good early start on Cactus.
Still, though, for them, if we're looking at another core, Echoes, he needs to continue to capitalize on the blink, and we might see that be the case. They're going to be able to combine that up with the Static Storm, so a kill over towards the Lycan. Radiant, they're starting to venture down to potentially turn this back around, but Jumi's going to be caught out with the cookie. They'll trade the life of Marblu, but that is so important that Echoes is continuing to get involved in the kills. This position to Mars can definitely fall off, especially if you're unable to find these early kill involvements out of the Blink Dagger.
Kind of want to see him go into like, he's going BKB, which I don't hate. I wouldn't have hated to see him go like a Desolator as well, to just really enable this this Drow Ranger to start doing damage, because the important thing is, Drow, she was looking to potentially join that fight. The Midas was coming off cooldown, but there was no real need to. You know, all the boys had done it. You were using that Blink Dagger and the arena very effectively. I want to see what Summer's got queued up. It's still the home of the Overlord. If I don't see a BKB after that, I'm going to be concerned, because it just feels like he cannot fight into at least 2 of these heroes right now.
Which then is still a concern, though, because it never really feels good to go BKB on a Lycan.
No.
So, but it's a card
better to be
you have to.
like a 60% effectiveness Lycan than a 0% effectiveness Lycan.
Yep. We do see that this net worth is starting to be cut down here for Dire. Another kill, the ward dewarded as well around the mid lane. Maybe TZY. It's going to be dependent on if they have their ultimates. TZY's got a BKB as well, so this is really not an easy kill. And it looks like they're starting to recognize that on media, that if we are not perfect, if he gets a BKB off, then this could spell disastrous. So going to make the attempt, but instant use of the BKB. No messing around from TZY. He'll look to be able to turn that back around off the back of his
body
ultimate,
blocks.
but great body blocks. He's going to be out, and now TZY at the TP. It's too late. He wasn't protected with the magic immunity to cover the escape as wow. Really nicely done from Meteor. They missed, and it was a difficult attempt anyway for Echoes to get that speed back under the tower, but you forced a BKB, you forced a Doom, you keep Echoes alive, and you still get the kill as well. That's 2 deaths in a row now onto the man on top.
It is, and they still keep their siege creep. Everyone's mid, but this is where you want to be. You know, you're taking a tier 1 tower, and I'm really surprised that Cactus are playing so far away from the enemy's big objective, which is that tier 1. It's going to enable you to, you know, maybe not go for the Roshan attempt. Jakiro was down bottom. He's dropped the macro pyre, but he didn't have a TP to join that fight, even if he wanted to. So I just feel like Meteor Gaming are playing the map just that little bit better than Cactus are right now.
Should be able to get... Oh, Jimmy even... Dropping Tombstone as well, so plus 175 gold to Molasses, and a little bit more as well for all the boys, so...
Bottom side.
Any more Echoes? Yeah, what's going on here? Might be able to pop the regen and then look to jump back in, but nice read from Fish King. He'll just TP himself away.
So Fish King's maxed out the liquid fire as well, so he's just wanting to put a little bit more tower emphasis on. A little surprising when you're going up against a Lycan with a Helm of the Overlord, but, you know, maybe he feels like the rest of the team weren't doing it, so take it into his own hands.
That tip. Alright. Gotta be careful about Trying to make the beast even angrier. Echoes has had a very good game so far.
Closing in on that
Again, they're
BKB as well. Really just enables him to get in deep, to not worry about the Jakiro. I mean, Jakiro is the main concern, right? Laying down that macro pyre, laying down the ice path, dual breath, really just stopping you to run at the heroes that matter. At least Shadow Fiend's got the BKB though, and with that, now they're going to rally around this mid lane. So at least they've hit a relatively decent timing, even given the frenzy over to the SF. So this tower should look to go down. Yeah, they can't respond to this, not without the arena. So
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah.
Middle tower has fallen.
It's a calculated loss. It looks like he wants to be able to make a play here, at least force that BKB out.
Well, be able to do just that.
Player's courage.
Shapeshifts have been activated as well,
Oh,
but the
we're
arena
gonna
is ready
see
to
that
go
that's a
from
low.
Echoes. He'll be able to find the angle. Drow's in a great spot to get the right clicks out as well. Someone's going to be able to reposition over to the left side. Now they can look to turn it as TZY. He's trying to find the angle into the middle of the team fight. It's Dire. It's an all-out retreat, and it might not lose anyone. Really nicely done.
The
Keep
Dino.
Marvel alive. All right, they will be able to do so. No one goes down. Oh my.
I'm a little surprised with Echo's positioning there. I really thought he was waiting for Jimmy might die. Never mind,
Jimmy.
maybe it's a bait.
Ooh, this one that wants to go back in. They still got the Doom to work with. But that can enable the Drow Ranger in the middle of the team fight. We'll see if she's got the damage so to turn this one around.
Jimmy's not dead.
It's Fish King. He's going to be able to send the Drow over to the right side. Radiant going to turn their attention to deal with the carry. The Drow's a little bit vulnerable for the moment, but it has the backup. The protection of the tier 2 tower Echoes, but the Doom expiring. He's got the spells to utilize once again. And in the end, it's a Dire that comes out on top, and they're going to instantly smoke. Look at this. They've got a great ward over the triangle, so they're ready to catch out Summer, but they've got to be quick.
Yeah, they know there's no shapeshift. At least for him, he's been able to pick up that ancient granite golem, so a little bit of extra HP to play around with. The range creep is going to give away his position, though.
Great spear. Over to the right side, further away from potentially anyone protecting him at the tier 2, and they're going to get the Helm of the Overlord creep as well. So, man, Media, they are having an exceptional early game kind of movements, I'd say. 20 minutes in, they've completely cut this net worth lead that at some stage was about up to 5k, and now they're going to look to get the first Roche to the game.
They will. To Cactus's credit, they are pushing in bottom, Top's pushing in as well, so this should be a relatively obvious Roshan, but I don't think they care if it's obvious right now or not, right? I think the only way that that previous fight could have gone better, they gotta be quick though.
In fact, Echoes, very quick Yule Scepter, but I don't think it's going to matter. Simultaneously, top lane, they're also on to TZY. He's got a BKB, but he doesn't have a TP. Regardless, they'd be able to cancel it onto the toss, so it's going to be a bit of a long chase down here from the supports. Maybe looking at BKB off the glimpse, and that'll be the case.
Pretty happy with that, right? Not losing
Yes.
a tier 2, forcing out a BKB, not really using anything outside of that arena, so maybe you're going to feel confident now just to group up with that Aegis and go. Drow's picked up a Hurricane Pike as well.
Oh, and she's top of the net worth then. Oh, what the hell?
Yep.
This Midas has paid off gigantically for them. Look at all the neutral items as well.
Not just that, I mean, it's the rest of the team. They understood that Drow was having a hard one. They move it down bottom at level 4, which is never really what you want to do, but they took the tower, they enabled her to farm, and they continued to play aggressively. And I think Cactus probably didn't. They played a little bit too passively, and they played around the wrong areas of the map. They continued to try and play top when there was really no need to. You got to prevent the enemy's late game carry from being able to cancel out your own effectiveness.
Yep. Because that late game carry has got a great matchup. Mid lane Molasses should go down. They're not going to require the ultimate out of TZY. That was the blink reveal
Bottom tower
from the Doom. So finally something's going to go back in the way of Cactus. But anymore, I mean, we
Actually-
still see what Meteor.
They actually back off before getting rid of the Observer Ward on that high ground as well, despite dropping the kinetic field for it. Playing a little bit blind right now, even though it is the daytime. Just looking to hug their own vision.
Summer's got a Hex queued up, so he hasn't gone down this BKB route that I think we were both hoping for early on as a second item. Who is he looking to try and kill with the Hex?
Oh, I mean, my initial guess would be the Drow, right? Just before she's able to Hurricane Pike herself away, because they are lacking a little bit of that on their other heroes. Really, they only have the Cookie to be able to play around with in terms of reposition, and you just want to make sure that
Echo's mid
Doom's
lane.
able to...
Speaking of the Doom, this time they're going to be able to capitalize on the ultimate. Beautifully done. I think there's still that high ground ward. They're yet to de-ward it, so they knew exactly where the Mars was, and back-to-back kills.
Is under attack.
I mean, it's under vision, for sure, with the Sentry Ward, so there's no real reason for them to have missed it. Even just using the Ancient Black Dragon as a little bit of that extra information giver, toss that one up onto the front lines whenever you're going for an aggressive push, and, well, despite the fact that they're the ones with the Aegis, it might be Meteor Gaming being pushed into relatively soon. You've got a big creep wave here, you've got the Ancient Black Dragon, no Mars for 20 seconds.
Dire's middle tower
At least is forcing some kind of an aggressive movement down towards this bottom side, but he has to be a little careful with that positioning. He will at least join the rest of the boys. BKB makes it very awkward.
No static storm, early usage of it. Nothing for TZY to fear at the moment. It's going to be able to get inside the middle.
Mars is here
It's
though.
up to Echoes, but to eventually turn the team fight around. The speed's off the mark though. Maybe the damage can come out for the Drow Ranger. A lot out of the multi-shot, but the Requiem will fear them over the north side. And as a result, it's just enough used defensively. Still they're hunting. It's a pretty good ice path, TZ. Be forced to use the snowball.
Link.
And that should send him into the grave. TZ, not dead just yet. Finally, they'll be able to bring him down.
Going into real early scale on Molasses. He's going straight Silver Edge for this one. Why? I'm not 100% sure.
I guess there's some things to break this game. The Shadow Fiend and the Lycan. I don't know if it's required this early on, but maybe they feel like they're going to have some damage issues with the Mars not having Glimpse back. I'll be able to get the Jakiro at least. Echoes is having he's 6-2 and 6, but this is still the thing about the Mars. I don't know, like he's going for this off-lane build where he's not really going to be able to provide too much damage, so maybe he just feels like they need to have Molasses scale a little bit earlier.
I guess, but to me, at the end of the day, it's just about enabling your core. And I know it feels bad to do it as an off-laner, but 4-star's still king for me. You get doomed, 4-star from away. What catch do they have outside of an ice path? Absolutely nothing. Maybe they have
Butterfly effect bottom. TZY's in a pretty good position to actually protect the Shadow Fiend. They've got the Doom at the ready as well, but it looks like with the Cook it out reposition the Mars, he should be okay. TPs are starting to come out. They're a little bit slow with the TPs though, so as a result, Echoes is still going to go down. Butterfly effect jumps into the middle, yet to activate the BKB. He's finally going to try and do so, but the Drow Ranger can easily stand strong with the marksmanship advantage. Butterfly effect tries to get on top of her, but it'll be a little bit too late. But the Death Requiem still gets the kill onto the Snapfire, but in the end, it will be a 2-for-2. The reactions were a bit slow from Meteor, but once they came out, we saw it was very difficult for Cactus to be able to turn that skirmish in their favor.
So I guess that was just, it's good that you get a couple of kills right when the Aegis expires, but that's what it was all about, getting this Scythe of Vice for the Lycans. So I was mentioning that they're lacking a little bit of this lockdown. Well, Scythe certainly does prevent that. Still kind of feeling like the 4-star is a pretty good pickup for them to be able to get into, just to, again, make space away from that Shadow Fiend once he pops the BKB. Same sort of thing with the Doom. Just get away from the Doom, get away from the Tombstone. There's a reason that this item is so meta these days. It's because it just provides a lot of information, provides a ton of save, not just for yourself, but for the rest of the team. And they clearly feel in a dominant position despite being 5k behind now. They've gone ahead and bought up a gem on TZ. They want to be able to move back into the map, be able to secure a little bit of awareness for themselves. It's going to delay his own 4-star, but it's not the worst as long as he plays with the rest of the team. Certainly can't afford to give this one up when you're playing from behind.
And we see what also happens as well when Meteor aren't getting objectives and kills. Like, you've got a Doom that's still able to scale off the back of the Devour and the Midas. So this net worth lead, it's skyrocketed back into a 6,000 position for Cactus. We were starting to see a lot of momentum being built for Meteor, but they haven't been able to do too much with it. They might get the kill onto Fish King bottom, though. Got Butterfly Effect nearby, but Shadow Fiend just wants to continue his farm. They are starting to actually TP down to the outpost.
And they're realizing it's taken too long.
Oh, they kisses for it. That's definitely not what you're hoping for. Is now Butterfly Effect. What's he going to be worried about? Even Arena to try and send them away.
TZY.
So there's a free fight for the Doom.
That's the
He's
gem.
going to be able to jump to deal with the Tusk. Gem will be picked up from Molasses. Drow's going to be able to enter the fight as well, but she's going to be so cautious of her own positioning. As this is looking like a free fight for Radiant, it's just a question of can they get multiple kills off the back of this advantage. Going to be cautious about diving deep under the T2 towers. Drow will get some distance out of the Hurricane Pike. Starting to get the damage out onto TZY. You're very hesitant about jumping in, though Echoes doesn't have a lot of health and nor the BKB to work with.
They got all that information to work with, though.
And there's the jump. It comes down to the vision, comes down to the information, and they'll use it perfectly. Summer's going to go down as a result to this, and they should be able to get Jumi as well. It's unfortunate that they do lose Echoes, but still, the Drow Ranger continuing to be dominant at this stage of the game. Top of the net worth here for the carry on Meteor.
Just a quick Helm of the Overlord usage, making sure, not even to get the Thunder Hide, he got the Rumble Hide creep, just for a little bit of that damage to be able to kill off the Mars. What's he got here? I mean, he recently purchased up the Aghanim Shard, which, you know, it's good on Mars, but it really feels like his item build has been a little bit of nothing, you know? Like, he's gone into the Perseverance rather than anything that's going to do something now, and it's really hindered his game, right? He's been able to land these great arenas, but then what? It feels like they've been lacking a little bit of that damage, or just the survivability to enable him to be in on the front lines. He's Drow's level 20 though, with the BKB now finished too.
And they also see TZY with this lane ward, so they're starting to move over the top. We'll get confirmation of the Doom's positioning pretty shortly. Does have a BKB. Oh, they actually. They start with the kinetic field.
How did you not see it?
TZY now. So, I mean, you can't BKB TP out with TZ being here, so regardless, it was a bit of a messy start. Oh, TZ, can he get in range? Oh, my lord, way too close. Oh, way too close, but regardless, they will get him in the end.
They're going to be lucky on the fact that Roshan is still 40 seconds away from spawning, because if that was a quicker one, you're potentially fighting... Ooh, Butterfly Effect. He's going to be able to get away. See, Power 4 stuff.
They have some coming. They're coming shortly, And
Not shortly enough.
Well, you have a support about to have a Scepter on a Disruptor. So I don't care about your 4 staffs. That's
I don't hate that name,
that's
Deceptor. That's kind of a cool name.
Deceptor. That is a kind of a cool name. You know, sometimes it's helps to mess up your words every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Broken clock is right twice a day. You know that saying?
I do know that saying. I don't know how that applies to what I just said, but okay.
You're just wrong so often, you know. That's They've got it before their Throsh fight, though. That's the important thing. They were able to give all of that farm over to Marbleu, even without the Philosopher's Stone as well. So the fact that he's been able to pick up all of this is a real credit to him. Even a Ghost Scepter as well. You know, you love that into a Lycan. And he's going the BKB next and the Nullified. Perfect. This is exactly what I would look to do if I was Summer. Probably would have done it before the Scythe, but, you know, it's... I don't even want to say it's a comfort thing. It's a personal choice.
Speaking of Summer, he might be in trouble. Got this cliff forward. How do they want to start? Do they just drop the Static Storm to secure the kill? Oh, instant Hex! Still, he should go down, though. The kinetic field will last long enough. They're onto the Drow Ranger, but a Great Force Staff's going to be able to get her out of danger. She can reposition to the northern side, so the Doom's going to have no effect in this inside, this longer drawn-out fight. It'll still be a 1-for-1. They're very hesitant about retreating, but now they feel like it's the time to get away, as even TZ will just narrowly escape with the blink.
Don't really have too much to be able to play with outside of this SF, though, and, well, they're actually just going to look to walk into the Roche pit. They're making sure to avoid their pathing, so it's not underneath this high ground ward, though. TZ,
It's all
going to give them the
fast.
information.
They're going to buy back on Molasses too. He still does have the Mortimer
Get in.
Kisses, but he might be a little bit too late. TZY is looking to make the space, but this is an ideal position for the Drow to be able to get the damage going. He's got the bodyguards playing in front.
Oh,
Butterfly
force.
Effect's going to force him forward. Who gets the Aegis? It's still on the ground.
It's
Jumi picks
Undying.
up it. You don't want the Undying to have the Aegis. You want the Shadow Fiend to have it. And without Butterfly Effect to pick it up, it's going to spell disaster for Cactus as Meteor. They can look to swarm over the remaining members. Jumi off the back of the respawn. There's going to be no escape here for the Undying. It's beautifully done. Meteor take a gigantic fight around the pit.
Did he get... Okay, he got the shard as well on the Undying. I'm really puzzled by Cactus there. I'm sure that the reason that Doom was going in was just distraction. That Roshan was on like 500 health, very, very close to dying. And they just joined in. They seemed to think that they could win that fight despite being down a bunch of spells, Lycan not immediately being there, a fresh buyback on the Snapfire. That was just a very, very odd choice. And, well, at least now that Perseverance is going to give him some value on Echoes into the Lincolns now. You're not quite as worried about getting that Blink Doom onto you. I almost wonder if Drow's going to look to go down a similar sort of route. Like, she's gone the Satanic, but really wouldn't hate to see a Lincolns on her either.
Does she need it, though? They've got great ways to protect her.
I guess...
Like, you...
Well, let's have a 4-star check. All right, so we got one on the Tusk, but that's it.
Gotta
That
keep in mind they've got
Cookie.
Cookie as well. Yeah. Okay, you just, yeah.
More, though.
All though. All right, well... And still, the things that's been happening inside the fights is Drow, they're taking great fights in their perfect location. Like, that is a position where you're next to a high ground, where you've got a ward, where you're easily able to reposition, and you're playing with Echoes in front of you to act as that bodyguard. So if they're going to have success, it needs to
push
be
the
that
mission up
case
first.
again, as we'll see. Echoes will be able to get the jump in. Tombstone's going to give Radiant a lot of information to play with. A bit of an awkward start to the fight from Dire, and even worse, Static Storm usage. So this is where Radiant should be able to shine. They won't have Summer, though, as he does get glimpsed away, but it's not going to matter. A very messy engagement for the boys on Dire is going to result in them losing 3.
All right. Cue the Mission Impossible music and look at Tusk's courier because he's gone for that gem that's next to the high ground. Dun, 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 dun. No, not the courier.
Someone send another courier. They're coming out. Shutters is
coming.
going. Echoes is
You
going.
got nothing else to do. You're dead. Well, they end
like,
up
"Oh,
picking it
gem."
up. They're like, oh, yeah. There's probably a reason this Tusk courier is out here.
Top lane, let's see how much damage this Snapfire can do. What is it? Cook into Lil Shredder?
Do you get a
Is he
right
waiting
click
for a
off
plus
from-
one?
Well, he's going to need to do something, and because he waited that long, he's just going to move away. Even just... Oh, hello?
That's so awkward. They're coming. Are they? I thought Radiant was they're going to back off.
All right.
No way. What a Chad Fish King.
Even just in that last fight on Molasses, like, he had his little shredder pre-queued. So he was ready to join the fight, and he just never did, even with the Silver Edge for that extra bonus damage and the break. And, well, he's opted to even go into the Daedalus after that, which, I mean, again, don't hate it, but you got to make sure that you're actually using it. They're just not using a lot of their spells. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. They just doomed a Disruptor as well, so...
That
that's
Ag's
just 60
Disruptor's
seconds.
worthy. Especially one that you know is going to go into the Blink next.
He's pretty close to it too. So at least with all the changes got, he does have a buyback if a fight breaks out, but that is not going to be the case. So, dude, the graph is looking messy as ever. You win that Roche fight, and then all of a sudden you get nothing out of the Aegis. Just Aegis did go to Cactus, but you get nothing out of kind of the fight going your way. As
Oh, another hero picked off solo.
Yep. Jimmy loves his BKB. He's got a blink. He's uber rich.
Uber without
And he got
buyback,
the
though,
shard too.
because of that.
Did they must have given the shard to the Undying, yeah? Or was it? I don't know if the
picked
Jakiro
it
had
up. He picked it up from the Roche, but I'm not sure. I think Fish King already had bought it at that time.
Yeah, I definitely know TZY already bought his. Shadowfiend's even got one, but I don't remember when Butterfly Effect got it.
So
I don't know. Regardless,
I still
someone
think that I like what Meteor's toolkit is for being able to, play this game. With that being said, as soon as this nullifier gets picked up by Summer, I feel a lot more confident in Cactus. He's probably going to have level 20 at that time as well. So it's really just about making space for him. Both teams have no tier 2 towers to be able to play around with. So it's not like any kind of teammate positioning or TP availability is going to be that big.
TZY. They're going to be able to catch up the Doom. The chain control, it's not perfect. Echoes held onto the spear, so TZY was able to activate the BKB, punch up in a couple of seconds, but in fact, it's actually the BKB that expires, didn't have that perfect coverage of the TP out.
Oh, Marblu was even looking for another pick-off onto Fish King. He seems to think that he was in the trees, and he was, before he blinked towards the right side. Look at this Jakiro build, by the way. Is he going to go for the Ice Path to be able to interrupt? They actually canceled the
lane.
TP.
Okay. So they get the kill onto the Jakiro. Static Storm's going to be laid down. Also, back inside Dai's base, Radiant were making some aggressive attempts. That was Shapeshift forced out. All right, we've got some time to speak about the Jakiro build. What do we make of the kind of E-Blade?
Oh, I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger on a position 4.
Oh, okay.
Kind of nutty. Really nice cast range for the Yule Scepter, though, with that Aether Lens and the Psychic Headband.
They're walking up. They've had enough.
Honestly, good. Shadowfiend's is level 25, but unless he has, again, that control off the back of the Jakiro, they're going to find another quick pick-off potentially onto Jumi. He still doesn't have buyback.
Jesus.
Way too deep.
SF bought out.
He feels confident in being able to defend probably with the Jakiro and the Doom, but it's just, it feels like they're giving up way too much for free.
I think a lot of this fight's going to come down to Marblu, Static Storm, and TZY if he can find a good Doom target. With the backline stab, they spy out Summer.
Doesn't pop
They're going to be able to get the speed
BKB.
before he can reposition. Lycan goes down, and meanwhile TZY, he used his Doom, but just did not see an angle into the team fight. So, they're going to be able to chill out for a couple of seconds and then look to try and... They might even go for a second full set after the mid. What's really stopping them?
Absolutely nothing. No Shapeshift, no Doom. It's really only Shadowfiend that you're worried about. You caught him.
Oh, great force up to reposition. Fish King, that's a huge combo out of the Jakiro. He might tick out, and he does. All the damage over time, secures the kill, but TZY, he goes down as well. Hang on, this might be the game-winning fight here for Meteor. The buybacks are lacking.
Gem's still on the deck. Molasses going to pick it up this time. Making sure to retain it for the team, and there's a buyback being used by the Tusk. They know they're in a dominant position. They've got this Snapfire. Again, all of the attack damage really starting to come into effectiveness now. And you know that you're going to be attacking a whole lot more often as well with that marksmanship coming through. Jumi. I mean,
Space making.
yeah, space for what?
Death. So Summer's back up, and he want to buy back because he doesn't have Shapeshift, but it's still down for 5 seconds. They're probably going to be able to end it before he can activate the ultimate. They're pushing incredibly fast.
He's been caught as well.
He goes for a blind Static Storm. Both the cores are getting controlled at the moment. There's going to be no opportunity for them to even have a hope of defending. As the team that was 0-2 will be able to find the series victory against that team that was 2-0 and were undefeated.
Look at Molasses. Easy. Easy game coming through for me. I mean, it must feel good to be able to go like a second item on that Snapfire with the Silver Edge, just get straight into the damage. He was prepared to want to be that right clicker this time around, but to me, it really did feel like the Mars was the hero that really pulled this entire draft together. And I mean, it's twice now that Cactus have basically given Meteor the chance to be able to get the better end of like responding to their heroes. They chose second pick twice in a row. and it was just not able to get that same level of effectiveness that they were really wanting.
Yeah. And one thing I'm continuing to be very impressed by for Meteor is that I think they play really well through echoes in a lot of the early game movements. Probably like the first 25 minutes or like early to mid game, we see the experience from him in the shot calling.
Look at that. What if they just took Roche there? I feel like that's so different if they just commit to Roche. Look how low it is.
Yeah, maybe that's the decision that's going to bite them in the end.
They had a 7K net worth lead at that time. Crazy stuff.
Goes down to pretty much 0, and so they're able to get the catch up. And you mentioned throughout that game as well, what a call for them to send the Drow Ranger down bottom though, where you bring all 4 heroes, you get the kill, you've got the catapult timing as well, you open up the map, she goes the Midas route, she gets a solo kill as well onto the Jakira 1 stage. So very impressed with how the carry on Meteor was able to perform today. I think he had a great showing on the Slark, and then the Drow Ranger was a really, really big issue for them. But that is all enabled because of how they were positioning in front of her, though.
They just trickled in at the end, didn't they, though, on Cactus? Like, going in one at a time, just getting pick-off after pick-off, and, well, they were clearly feeling very strong at this period. All 5 heroes buying back on the Tusk. Again, it was another great Blink Spear on the Lycan, not enabling to get that preemptive BKB off. He never finished up the Nullifier. Never really saw him get great usage out of that Scythe of Vice, except for that crazy one that he did next to the Ancient Cap. I'm not sure how he was so quick on his fingers there, but it wasn't enough. Summer still didn't really feel the effectiveness out of this Lycan towards the very end of the draft. And, I mean, I feel like if you're going to go for that sort of pick, then you got to take out some of the bigger counters, and Mars is certainly up there.
Yeah, a well-deserved MVP though. 15-3. We saw
after the laning phase. We really weren't expecting this to be the case, were we?
Well, let's actually see. When did she? Did she have 3 deaths after lane, or did she die? So I mean, that's very, very impressive. 3rd death was before the 10-minute mark.
Oh.
So he went 15 kills in a row. Very cool. Very, very cool. That is quite the showing out of the carry on Meteor, and impressive for them to be able to find their first series victory as well against Cactus, who we were thinking this might be now the potential second team to be fighting for promotion up against Piggy Killer, but now we get to take a look at the scoreboard. We see they're going to drop down a little bit.
No one's safe.
It's no one's safe, and we kind of, you started the day by saying like it's still looking like everything's very even. We're going to a lot of game 3s. Teams are taking games and series off people that we weren't expecting, and I think this one is a great way to highlight that point.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, we've got one more series to be able to play around with. It's going to be Bright taking on Supernova. They've got a bright future on Bright, so we'll see if they're able to secure another win. I still like the way that they play a lot. They were humbled a little bit by Piggy Killer, and they're going to go up against Supernova, who again have made every single series of theirs quite competitive. So it's a little bit of a break until then, considering the 2-0, but make sure to stick around, get a glass of water, have a bite to eat, and be back soon for some more China DPC action. See you soon.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
Well, we had a bit longer of a break in between our first and second series, but the teams are ready to go. We got Supernova taking on Team Bright and Denog. Both these two teams are currently 1-1. These teams have also faced the exact same opponents as well. Supernova and Bright, they lost to Piggy Killer, but they also beat IG Vitality in 3 games. So we get to see kind of the showdown now with them going up against each other.
So you're expecting it to go to 3 games or what? What's your prediction here?
I don't know, because at least looking at the games that they both won, Bright they lost game 1 versus IG Vitality, 60 minutes. Then the games they won versus them went under 30 minutes. And then for Supernova, they had some pretty convincing games versus IG Vitality as well, just like 38 minutes, those victories. So both seem pretty solid versus their opponents, but I think it's probably safe to say it'll go 3 games.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see if that's the case. I mean, for me, it's going to come down to the draft at the end of the day, because I probably would have said in that previous series as well that Cactus would be able to put up a little bit more of a challenge against Meteor, but their drafts were wonky, and I don't know what was going on there. It never really gave them a solid opportunity to be able to take out the W, so might be the same this time around. For now, looks like the odds are favoring Team Bright, but you never know how it's going to go.
Yeah, last series again was a perfect example. You never know how it's going to go. We both were expecting Cactus to come out on top, and we'll see if who will really be that team to come out on top in particular for this day. We've only got a day with 2 series as well, as we will, of course, go through the teams real quick before we get ourselves underway. We've got Winter as the carry for Supernova. Han, who I was pretty impressed by with his position through performance last time we saw Supernova.
Even their losses against Piggy Killer, right? Han was pretty solid in every single one of them. And then, of course, Chen, Sheep, and Chola to be able to close this one out. I like the fact that they were playing at Asta's training facilities as well previously. So maybe like a little bit of a mentorship arrangement. And then, of course, Team Bright. I keep getting triggered by that. Heart with his point towards the heart, but he's pointing to the wrong side. There we go. Irving's actually correct with the right side of his body. Imitator I've been really impressed by, as well as I can't handle Undying, never playing the Undying though, dude. What's going on?
Well, it makes it easier for us, though. It would be a little bit confusing with him playing the Undying and called Undying.
Make it easy. You could just say the Undying's doing it, you know? That makes it really easy. Well, and now we're going to have the issue where you've got an Undying playing into Undying. So this is what happens when you never pick the hero. The enemy team's going to do it because it's still really solid.
Sure, I suppose it is more confusing if the enemy team picks it up than yourself. So we'll see. Though once again, it's going to be another game. 3 games in a row now today. We've seen the Undying has been picked up as the first pick overall.
I think it's a fine first pick.
Oh,
you know. All right.
Oh, really? Is this a 7th pick material hero? I don't know. How would you respond? You have whatever you would like. Whatever you would like to be able to counter the Morphling right now. What are you thinking?
5 seconds.
Speed. Give me some speed. Give me Beastmaster. It's banned. Give me Nature's Prophet.
Okay. Well, what's the reasoning behind the MP? Speed? Is that the
speed? Speed kills Morphling. That's the issue. Monkey King. Wasn't expecting that. I mean, the reason behind my wanting the Beastmaster is that A, gives speed, B, enables the rest of the team, C, instant stun from Fog, and D, way to find the Disruptor. So at least you're going to have an instant stun, not quite as strong, and a way to find Disruptor on the back lines with this Monkey King pick, but it really doesn't feel like amazing, you know? Doesn't feel like that game-winning pick.
It doesn't. I was just looking at one of the webcams as well, and they added, I'm almost certain last time we casted Supernova, they didn't have their logo along with Asta's on the wall. It looks like it's there now, too. So.
And they're wearing their jerseys, some of them, at least.
But yeah, very interesting.
Oh, look at the drip on Heart, though. The turtleneck, the black turtleneck, the tactile neck. Tactical.
Are you a turtleneck guy?
I couldn't pull it off, personally. I don't have the head for it. Maybe when I slim down a little bit, I could look to pull it off. I mean, maybe it was there, the supernova, but we could only see
pretty
the
sure
Astra
it
at that
wasn't.
time. Yeah, but we didn't see that area of the wall, I don't think, is the issue.
That's true. That's actually, yeah, it could just be a different camera position.
Look at us interior designers talking about... What kind of plant is that? Anyway, what do we think is going to come to support Team Bright here? I mean, are they going to go a Dispel against the Monkey King if he is looking to be this, like, you know, position 1 lane dominator, yada, yada, yada? I don't know if you can get away with an Enchantress, but, I mean, what else even is there? Team Bright, they're not huge Invoker players, so probably not going to go down that route with a Tornado. Brewmaster feels pretty awful into an Undying Monkey King lane, so you're not even going to get the ulti off with the Storm Panda, Wind Panda, whatever you want to call it. Is there anything else? Oracle, I guess, but again, no. No one's picking that unless it's Thompson in the position 2.
Do you feel like that is probably one of the better ways to address the monkey, is having some way to get rid of the Jingu?
I mean, for sure, if that's the brawling style that he's wanting to go for, right? And I feel like if you're picking a Monkey King, it's because you want to get active pretty early on, and Jingu is going to enable that. I mean, the thing is, and I don't want to say it, but I'll say it, it could be a Monkey King position 4, for example, but then I feel like it's a pretty horrible first phase of the draft, just to pick an Undying for Monkey King in response to a Morphling when they gave you all of the opportunity to be able to stop this guy.
Yeah, and even then, like, if it's a 1, I think the Morphling matches up pretty well versus the Monkey King.
Even if it was a Naga Sign, I wouldn't have hated a Naga Sign from Supernova, you know? Would have felt fairly solid.
So,
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this is going to continue down. It just, for me, I'm not
5 seconds remaining.
as happy with that 8th pick. I feel like you could have gone for a better way to address the Morphling. Regardless, they feel like this is the route. We'll see if it's going to pay off for them. As Bright, they're going to go Clockwork Disruptor. So an incredible support duo. Very difficult for the enemy team to itemize into, play into. You've got that Initiator. You've got the Flare for the Glimpse Vision. It's just very nice. They both cover each other's weaknesses.
Yeah, for sure. I still want to see a bit more damage because, again, Morphling kind of slow, doesn't get incredibly active, but Clockwork, one of the better heroes at being able to enable the Morphling to join into a few of these, well, not fights, but pickoffs more often, right? If Morphling just happens to be farming nearby, hook into the pushback from the cogs means that you can wave form in, adaptive strike, get the quick kill.
Radiant team
It's going to be a Rubik follow-up, right? Okay. So the reason why I brought up Rubik is because I was quite surprised they picked the Tide Hunter in Disruptor and Clockwork, but I think Rubik actually makes that matchup okay. Traditionally, Tide really struggles versus the Disruptor because all the AoE abilities, but they're going to go still for a pretty strong lane combo with the Tide and the Hoodwink. You don't lose a whole lot of lanes, but I'm just concerned about how the early to mid game can fare with a lot of the answers where they don't have to worry about the Kraken Shell.
I wonder if you go, like, I know Morphling's an anti-hero, but do you go at early point in the Gush? Do you go a Blightstone on the Hoodwink and then just really try and harass him down? Because, again, this is a Morphling, not the greatest right-click range, even though he's a ranged hero, so Hoodwink might be able to get the outrange there. Don't really see the Tide all that much, though, do we? I like it,
No.
the old Watermelon.
Watermelon. Probably hoping Irving's hero gets picked up because you've now revealed. I mean, there can be some flex with the monkey mid, depending, but I think really more than likely there's going to be Winter playing the monkey. So you do see that safe lane matchup of the Undying and the MK. So I kind of like for Irving's hero to be shown.
Yeah, but I mean, I would be happy with a Timber Saw if they feel happy enough to flex it to mid, you know, and then you start banning out the big mid Timber counters. Because I think it's a good Timber Saw game. You just don't want to lane into an Undying Monkey King.
And I'd usually say if it's a Timberverse Hoodwink that the enemy team does always offer kill threat with that Sharpshooter, but the rest of the other heroes don't really provide a whole lot of damage to blow him up. They will go down the Primal Beast route though, so still some flex for Bright, but it does really give them another hero to initiate. And they're going to look to run at Supernova anyway, who are very dependent on cooldowns right now, like Ravage. Really, and even Sharpshooter is a little less long of a cooldown, but they have no damage without it. So it's going to be like one stun into Sharpshooter. But Bright, you are not cooldown reliant at all.
I'm going to need some reliable stun to enable this sharpshooter. Because right now they got nothing. They got Ravage and they got Boundless, and Monkey King wants to be farming, because if you're not farming, then Morphling's just going to get way too far ahead of you. And it's not like, again, the way to beat Morphling a lot of the time is speed or instant pickoff. They have neither at this point.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a fast-pushing team. Maybe Tide goes into like a Meteor Hammer, which could kind of make it work a little bit, but I'm a little bit worried for Supernova off the back of that. It's going to really just depend on some big plays, specifically around the Hoodwink, to be able to get on the good side of this. And I mean, the Primal Beast, when they picked it up, it kind of provides similar to what I was talking about with the Timbersaw, right? Flex. You wanted something that was going to be able to be played both off lane and mid into the right matchup. And, well, they're just banning out a lot of these mid heroes that they're not wanting the Primal to play up against. Because they don't have the most reliable stuns themselves, is the thing.
I think Pango might need to be considered for a ban, even for either side. I can see a lot of value out of it. I do want to also quickly say I'm quite surprised Supernova banned the Ember, considering I think it would have worked great for them. Matches up well versus the Disruptor. You don't have issues versus the Clockwork and the Chains versus the Primal Beast, and plus you wanted to set up for the Sharpshooter, but regardless, they are not looking to play for themselves. So is there anything else you can see besides the Pango? Because I like it for both sides.
I do. I also like the DK for Team Bright, just because I feel like you're going to have some slight damage issues here on Supernova. You could look to have, again, into an Undying lane, just pull the wave. Then you're going to feel just fine, right? Like, it's probably going to be a Disruptor 4, perhaps, if this Morphling is going to be played position 1. And then you just farm on the Primal Beast until you get those levels and actually build up some kill threat for yourselves. And then the DK is going to provide A, the push, and B, it's push that Tidehunter's not really going to be able to stop, you know? It's not like a Beastmaster or a Nature's Prophet or a Lycan or a Broodmother where you can just stand in place and pop the Anchor Smash every time. So, I feel like DK feels fairly solid. Just another hero that's hard to kill as well, right? Very tanky. Causes you to choose, like, well, who do we actually focus in our damage onto? Because I do feel like that's where Supernova are a little bit lacking. They need damage.
Where are they going to get that damage? So is really the big question now for them. See what the last pick's going to be.
Daze? Okay. Don't hate it. Instant stun into the morph. Not horrible. Also, they were really wanting something to hold people inside the Wukongs. Because I don't think you can rely on just Ravage.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you want the Primal to avoid this Undying lane? Because I think he's going to have a really hard time if he's off lane.
Yes, but I feel like it's, again, a really good Timbersaw game now, if you can play it mid into the DK. You can't even put the Tide mid, right? If you wanted to flex the DK away from the Timbersaw.
Yeah. I think there might even be some potential of like an OD if you still want the Primal Beast to go off lane and just sack him. It's got a very good matchup versus the DK Tide. Save can be really nice as well, because I think pretty much the only way Supernova get kills early is with that Dragon Tail stun into the Sharpshooter. You've got a couple of heroes to look to make plays early. Can help you with some of your tower push, which is probably a bit of a concern at the early stage until Morphling's able to find those items.
Yep.
So could be another route.
Either of those two are fine. I feel like if it's OD, then you're going to be the one pushing the tower. If it's... Oh!
There we go.
All right, let's go. Been waiting for it this whole time, and finally we get a Necrophos. And it's going to be a mid-Necro as well on Phoenix. So I know that you were saying that you don't feel massively confident with the Primal Beast into the Undying Monkey King lane, but again, no stuns there outside of the Boundless. Monkey King needs to be last hitting. Disruptor's just going to pull the wave. It's fine. There's nothing Undying can do to stop it. So it's just about avoiding the lane as much as possible. And they've got the heroes to be able to do it. Like if Undying tries to chase you, even if he goes boots, you can just glimpse him back and you don't really care. So I think this is going to be just fine. We've got a Necro against all of this pretty high survivability. They've got very low magic damage as well outside of Sheep. So I feel like this Necro is going to have a pretty damn good time.
I think it's a clear outdraft.
Yeah, me too.
I honestly would be quite surprised if Bright loses. I really like a lot of the matchups. The one I'm hesitant on, I reckon it's like 80-20. And I think I'm being generous, to be honest, saying
come on.
I'll go
say
like
what you really think.
85.
There
We'll go 85. It's a nice happy medium between the 90 that I was kind of wanting to say. But the real hesitancy for me is this off lane, but like you said, Irving should just be able to pull the wave. Probably going to go boots early on, even probably Windlace as well. I wouldn't be surprised with his early gold. They might be lacking some damage through the really, really early game from like the 8 to maybe 14-minute mark. I think it's going to depend on how much Irving actually gets out of the side lane, because I think he'll get pretty active with him not being able to play there eventually. But I don't know what they're going to be able to do on Supernova to get inside the game. They are very, very cooldown reliant. You need a blink out on your Dragon Knight, and you need levels on your Hoodwink to be able to roam with him as well. So if that doesn't go well for them, and even if it does, man, I don't even know if it's enough. Like, I think they just haven't addressed the Morphling. I think the Necro is an incredibly free game. We could potentially go on and on. I do think there's a very good draw for Bright.
All right, so do you want me to paint you the picture of exactly what Supernova needs to happen if they're going to win this game? All right, so they have got the Blightstone on Sheep, which I like, so they're going to be doing a lot of harass in that lane. I think you need to get at least 1 kill in this lane, minimum. 2 onto a Morphling that's just used the TP back to the lane would be absolutely ideal, but probably not going to happen. You need the Tide Hunter to get into an early-ish Meteor Hammer, which he's got queued up, which I like. And then you need Monkey King to go into an early Nullifier against this Necrophos. So all of that stuff needs to happen. Honestly, if even one of those does not happen, I'm going to find it being a really rough time in them being able to close this one out, because, you know, you need the kills to be able to snowball into that Meteor Hammer, to be able to take the towers away, to be able to prevent the farm. It just goes on and on. It's a really big snowball effect. And they know exactly where the ward is, at least, to be able to play around with here. Nah, nobody's holding on to the Sentry at the moment, though.
The battle begins.
But I guess that means that DK is going to be able to ferry a Sentry out to himself and get the D ward off for him. Just pure experience for Han.
I like Undyne. He's going to the Ring of Protection to start for the Clockwork. So either for the Gush, but also potentially reading that the Hoodwink in with the Tidehunter really likes to go this Blightstone. So that's kind of early read of how this potential matchup is going to go for the Clock.
Yep. I mean, they're just going to look to get any sort of kill, right? Whoever steps forward is going to get the crossbow to the face by Sheep.
So, what does Han actually do in this mid matchup versus the Phoenix? Because this is one of your worst matchups. A hero that has percent damage, can clear the way very easily, and doesn't need to rotate. Like, DK likes heroes that want to rotate to side lanes, Puck in particular, because you force them to stay here and defend the tower. But that's what the Necrophos wants to do. So is Han going to play a little bit more of a greedy game here on the Dragon Knight?
The question to me is, like, are you going to be able to get away with that? I mean, he's going into the braces just because you're constantly going to have this Heartstopper aura ticking you down, so makes it a whole lot more challenging. And, I mean, with the Necro, no one... If you're getting this Death Pulse onto a full creep wave, the Heartstopper aura basically just completely refunds your mana with the amount that Death Pulse was reduced. So, I mean, he is just going to be able to play basically kind of like a Timbersaw, but not a Timbersaw, you know? With, you know, not the huge counters that you're really having to face up into. So, yeah, I don't think there is an easy response to, like, what is Han going to do? Maybe he puts more points into the Breathe Fire just so that he can even secure
top lane.
Any of these last hits.
Should have our first blood coming out. It's going to be the zombies that help secure. Very nice read from Winter in particular that he needed to beeline to his Undying's location, because they did have a bit of a window there to be able to secure first blood. So that is a nice way to start their safe lane.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you've already got like a 10 last hit lead in this mid lane on Phoenix. Got a value build, 1 null tally, 1 bracer. Feels nice. You know, you're just going to get that passive regen coming out. Extra max mana always helps, and they're already out of regen on this bottom side of the map. So anytime that you're constantly ferrying a bunch of it through to the lane feels bad, because you're not extending your lead. And Tidehunter, we know how tanky he is. He's never really going to be in too much danger.
And I wonder what the build is actually going to be for Phoenix. He does have the Boots of Travel queued up at the moment. Some of the core... Sorry, did I say Phoenix? I guess Phoenix is Necro, so that confused the hell out of me. Mm-hmm. But I've seen some Radiances being built up from the Necro. Have been kind of enjoying seeing that with some of the games so far. But we'll see. What are you kind of preferring out of out of him this game potentially?
I think the Radiance is fine. You know, it's going to give you perhaps a little bit too much greed, which is why he's going the Boots of Travel first. He wants to try and get as active as possible on this map, realizing how effective he's going to be against the Tidehunter, for example. Really wouldn't hate to see Chen go into just a passive cloak after the fact, just so that you're not taking quite so much damage from those early Reaper sides. At least they've been able to get a pull-off on this bottom lane, and it's a decent small camp to be able to do it, so Undyne's going to be able to deny out a lot of this wave. I was honestly expecting Sheep to get a little bit more done on this bottom side of the map. I don't think you're satisfied with just having like a 6 last hit lead on the Tidehunter. Probably should have been the lead plus some, at least, again, 1 kill that I was asking for.
Yeah, because when you're able to pressure the Morphling, it's at those early levels that once you're able to get a couple more in the attribute shift, then your safe lane, it's that much easier. And he's even closing on the ring health as well, which should be able to secure his farm. Does have to be maybe a little bit cautious with his Koro flying across the map, and we'll see if Han's able to spy that out. They do have a ward. It's honestly a big Koro if he just beelines to it. Is he going to be fast enough?
Nah. Not like a Mars, unfortunately, where you can just God's Rebuke to kill it either.
That is true.
But yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well that Chen didn't go even just a single point into the Gush to go for some sort of kill attempt onto this Morphling. Feels like a missed opportunity to me. And it really, just by playing this Necro, it prevents Han from making any sorts of rotations, even if he wanted to, right?
Yeah.
You leave the lane, it's getting pushed in. He's just got infinite mana right now on Phoenix.
And if you do it pretty shortly, more than likely Phoenix can have that Boots of Travel as well with how much farm he's getting around the lane. Yep. So I don't even know like if he's ever going to be vulnerable at the early stage. Probably Sharpshooter, but even then, like Sharpshooter plus what? Breathe Fire maxed out. Undying's not going to provide your damage. Like Monkey maybe depends on if he's going to get active. So do you feel like Winter's forced to go for like an Echo Saber build out of the Monkey to kind of offset maybe some of the weaknesses we see from Supernova?
What, like just for a little bit more burst onto the Undying if you catch him out?
Mid lane, Han. They're about to hit the level 6 with the melee creep dying, so they'll have the Reaper's Scythe. That should be enough to get the kill onto the Dragonite, and importantly, it also gives the stack over to Phoenix.
Sure does. I mean, I was talking about the value of a casual cloak. I feel like Phoenix is one that could look to benefit from that. Wouldn't even hate to see him go like just an infused raindrops to be able to start this out for all of that burst damage that you're talking about with the Breathe Fire, with the Bushwhack. Yeah, he's just... You're forcing the enemy team to come back to that mid lane. Regen Rune, probably not the best one that he could hope for, considering he's just got so much regeneration already, but I think the thing that you're going to be more happy about is just dragging these supports, particularly the Undying, away from this lane to enable the Primal Beast to pick up a little bit more himself. Oh. That falls.
It's a great placement with the Tombstone, though, inside the pit. They're not going to be able to address it very easily at all. Han will turn to make the attempt onto Phoenix, but he's going to be so okay. Plenty of one charges. Doesn't have a level in the Ghost Shroud, but it's not going to be an issue. So they'll get the kill into the Clockwork. That is Elder Dragon form used, but doesn't look like they'll be able to get much more out of it.
It's fine, right? Morphling, he's like, all right, no pressure on my side of the map. I'm happy. I think at least he's got the Meteor Hammer now coming out to the Tidehunter. Oh, that's not a kill I was really expecting to see happen.
Oh, I don't even think Imitator did anything there.
He dropped Kinetic Field, that's it. Just to prevent him from running away from the trample.
Yeah, that can't be happening in a lane where you're supposed to come out on top. But still, props have to be given to Irving and also Imitator with how they've been able to set up the Primal Beast. Like, he went Boots, Windlace, and the Stick as well to look to continue to avoid the Monkey. And, well, apparently now he's strong enough to be able to get kills in against the Monkey, so might see them get some revenge, though. Irving did just hit level 6, so if they get some rotations, they could turn it back around. The Jingu stacks are there for Winter. It's a pretty good mischief dodge as well, but with Phoenix showing up, they'll cut away the life of Sheep, and now they're going to look for Chola as well with a kinetic field, enabling Undying to close the distance, so more and more kills will go the way of Bright.
Like this little play from Han in the mid lane, though, just pulling the creep wave away, not making them meet, making sure that it's a lot of this experience just going in underneath the tower as opposed to any sort of hero. He's got vision on the top side of the map, so he's going to claim the DD for himself as well. And he has a Elder Dragon form to potentially play around with. But again, Phoenix, off the back of that, he's going to have the Boots of Travel finished up in 10 gold. He just walks back mid, so you can't really look to make a rotation anywhere else. And, well, it's still going to be a little bit until Sheep gets into that ultimate for himself, so no sharpshooter to be able to secure the kill onto this Necro. He doesn't even have a point in the Ghost Shroud yet. That's how confident he feels.
Yeah. And they were going to try and give some solo experience over to Imitator. Got a little bit of a stack over towards the hard camp. I wonder though, they do see Phoenix, so maybe this is going to be an opportunity for them to get some damage back into the tower. I think instantly Necro needs to come back to the lane.
He should. Just wants to quickly finish this one up. Do you have anything else on the courier? No, not quite.
All right, let's see if they can blow him up.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, the DD expired, actually. I thought they still had it. Pretty good tombstone placement. A lot of TPs are coming out from Raid. In fact, every single member is going to look to get involved, even Heart on the Morphling. So they'll be able to catch up to hand thanks to the Primal Beast, and they'll even get the kill as a result of that as well. No Reaper Siphon available, unfortunately. But it will be Heart that claims the gold, so much needed little injection of economy given over to the Morphling.
Just don't want to lose the tower. That's basically it, right? You're playing a greedier draft.
No Chola.
Yeah, later on, and then you can... Nah.
Think
Gotta
of the
keep the threat.
stacks.
Gotta keep the threat, brother.
Okay.
Like this from the Tide, though. He previously, when he's been attempting to secure this bottom tower with the Meteor Hammer, he has been hit by the tower. He's been adaptive strike by the Morphling, so he's going to get his own D-ward off. Nice little gold injection coming through from Chen. And now there's not going to be quite as much stopping him from hitting this Meteor Hammer in onto the tower. So they're opening up the map a little bit. Like, it's not horrible yet for Supernova. I just feel like they needed it to be going really well for them. And, you know, still at a slight net worth disadvantage, that's not the case.
Do you like the call from Bright to not defend bottom, even though Phoenix did have TP ready?
I think it's fine. I think maybe they would have wanted to get a little bit more out of this mid lane if that was the case. Like, the wave's kind of pushing in. He's actually TPing up top to try and open this one up, maybe feeling that Morphling's farm is the main concern for now, as opposed to what Phoenix is able to do. And you don't really want to stay down the bottom side of the map, because that's away from a lot of the objectives that you're wanting to be able to play around on the Radiant side anyway. So I think the higher priority is just going to be securing this top tower for themselves if they can.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Waveforming through in the mid lane to the Dire side of the map. Full Agimorphed as well, or close to it, but wasn't going to be punished.
Why is he going Lincolns? You've got Boundless, Bushwhack, Ravage. You've got
Dragon Tail.
the only one. Is that worth the Lincolns? One spell?
If it's the only spell that they could use to proc it outside of Gush, then feels pretty value, right? You're never going to get caught by it.
See if they're going to be able to defend the tower. Static Storm. So the River's going to prove to be a pretty big issue here for the Dragon Knight as Phoenix has the Scythe back up. So another kill, another stack, and a Tombstone Gold given over. They've been considering about looking for more, but they might just... Well, never mind, they do actually have Irving nearby to close the distance on the Chola. So another kill to add to the tally, and they should be able to get the tower as a result of this.
Dire structures are fortified.
So Chen's getting TP'd on this top side of the map. Got Heart here, looking to put a little bit of pressure onto him, but he's a tanky boy at this stage. He's going into the pipe, feels, well, at least the hood, pretty important, but he hasn't really been the one to stand in front of a lot of these objectives just yet, and I feel like that needs to be his main goal at this stage.
Hi, Chen. Are they going to take the fight now? Without the threat of the Ravage, Nova, they'll just be lucky if they lose Chola.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I think they even get a glimpse of Winter as well.
They will. Ooh, no. Going to be able to get away just in time. Not quite level 6 on Undyne yet, despite how well this early game is going for Team Bright. I'm a little surprised that they didn't all immediately just make a rotation up towards this top side. Again, you don't really want to be moving up into where the Tidehunter is because of, you know, he's the one person that's had a pretty decent time in this early game. Maybe now with the Static Storm, they can feel a little bit more confident in being able to do it, though. Especially with Necro just 5 seconds away on the TP, 20 seconds on the Reaper's side. That really feels like what they're going for. And look at Necro. He is even predicting that they're going to be going into this Nullifier early on. BKB, not really something that you see a lot of the time on the Necrophos.
Radiant are scanning.
So some very defensive items out of Bright. The early stage, but they probably feel like that's maybe their weakness, where like they have a stronger lineup, but they just want to try and cover their tracks, just make sure there is no opportunity for anyone to go down. So I mean, he's going to have a BKB very shortly as well. It's going to mitigate a lot of the damage, and what Chen, some trouble's going to be the Tide Hunter, but the Kraken Shell might be an issue. An early use of the Ravage will be able to drag him back into the Static Storm. And should be a death. And it's an unfortunate one, especially with an ultimate committed like that. The zombies are starting to be a bit of an issue for Bright. Undying Streak's going to be the sacrificial lamb, though, with a look at the clockwork, helping out with the rest of the boys to reposition. But they can go back in, though. Hart, considering about showing up on the Morphling, there will be another glimpse, though, onto Han. So actually might be okay for Dire now. They're splitting up their damage early on, but with Phoenix, oh, look at the wraparound. Necrophos, as soon as you see this, man, you know there's going to be no turning it back around. They even got the replica to the Tombstone as well, so it's going to be an easy chase down with the zombies continuing to slow Nova. Is a T2 going to stop them? You bet not. Even he tried to TP out as well for the Undying, so a little bit of extra gold being lost there.
It's the sort of game we were expecting, though, isn't it? Unless the early game went phenomenal, this is just going to look super rough. And well, it is the Nullifier that he's going for here on Winter, but he's still quite a ways away from it. Oh, never mind, it's a Radiance. I hate it. Please change. Maybe he sees the BKB on the Necro and he doesn't feel quite as confident. I don't know. Can you think of why?
The Radiance in particular?
Yeah.
I'm starting to see it a little bit more on Monkeys as well.
But it has to be a good Radiance game, and it doesn't really feel like a good Radiance game to me.
Versus Necro, I don't mind it, but you got BKB now. So...
Do you want to take a long extended team fight against a Necro? With no abilities to, like, truly hold them in place inside the Wukongs?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I don't know if you can go that first item, though.
I think. Again, they've got to get kills. They've got to play their draft. And their draft is, okay, we've got a Tide Hunter. Very, very strong at this point. We've got a DK with a Blink Dagger that we can use, potentially go for some of these early kills. We've got Sharpshooter to be able to... nice use of the Sharpshooter there, to be able to get out of the clinic field. Not going to be enough, though. If you're going to draft like this, you've got to play the draft to its strengths, right? And I just feel like they're not doing that. They're going to lose it to tower as well against a pretty slow
What in particular are the strengths, though, of this draft?
Pick off...
Because I don't see a lot.
Pick off strong lanes and a little bit of push with a Meteor Hammer and an Elder Dragon form. So they take mid, tier 1, but they're going to lose top tier 2 in exchange. It's not worth it.
Because now you're going to be able to open up the pit. For Bright, it will be a very slow Roche, still with the Morphling not having a whole lot of items. It's going to go into the Manta Cell next, so a very defensive build out of Heart.
They just go straight Roche? Seems like it. Maybe not. I mean, I was really thinking Phoenix immediately after that tier 2 was just going to TP bottom because he's got the bots. You could farm a couple of those extra waves, but a little bit of indecision coming through. And he's finished the Radiance on Winter. So, I mean, I guess he's just going to be playing incredibly passive, right? Looking to farm off the back of this, but I really don't see what it's going to provide you in a bunch of these team fights. Basically not a hero for another 3,500, 4,000 gold. And in that meantime, they're going to take Roshan. They're probably going to take another tier 2 tower minimum. Bottom tier 1 is going to go away, which makes farming the Ancients a little bit more difficult. They're going to go for a smoke and response, though.
A choke point fight could be really the one hope for them to come out on top.
Good position.
But a great position from Irving. He's going to be able to scout this out, and here's the one to start the fight. with an easy kill over to the Undying. And meanwhile, they've also caught the Monkey King out as well. Just Team Bright, too strong, and really that's off the back of Irving. Recognize maybe their weaknesses in a choke point, so they look to leave the pit and give them no opportunity to play around with the threat of the Ravage and the Wukongs in combination together.
I think now if they're like, all right, let's just stay away from this high ground in the Tombstone. Let's just take Roshan. They don't have this to be able to contest the Roche fight. They don't have a Monkey King to be able to play around with as well. And Phoenix is just putting himself on the front lines, realizing that he's unkillable.
To the radiant.
I want you to guess the win probability.
I don't even care what it is, it's 100%.
99.
99.
There
Sorry.
we go. Always got to give him a chance. It's like 79. I would put it higher than that, though. I really just don't see the avenue for them to come back into this one. Oh, they're even sniping. You see that? Han's voice line is because Clockwork sniped his neutral camp that he was farming at the time.
I have a decent ward, but Radiant one even better that was able to scout out Supernova, starting to bring some of their forces down to bottom. And Irving's just a bait, and they're going to take the bait. Wukongs will get laid down. It's still a lot of damage early on. They won't be able to survive with the BKB still being on cooldown for a couple of seconds. Will cost him his life, but looks like the rebuttal is going to be there. Hookshot not even required, even though it hits Phoenix. Easily able to bring down with the Dragon Knight. It's a pretty good pushback, though, to enable the retreat. So the rest of Dire gonna be cautious over the glimpse. It's up in a couple of seconds, Imitator. He's gonna be able to get the vision. They'll drop the ward, and just Chola will be glimpsed back. And we're gonna feed over a Tombstone as well.
All right. Not like they needed more money. But they'll take it.
Yummy, yummy. Money, money. Good.
I wonder what an Imitator's going to go for. Like,
Is under attack.
Does he go Boots of Bearing on this Disruptor? Or does he look to go into a 4-star? Because, like, again, they've got such little tools to be able to hold people into place. And even just against the Bushwhack as well, right? Just 4-stuff him out of it. Instantly breaks the tree.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if you want to just go Scepter. Maybe, I mean, you did just pick up a Philosopher's Stone, so maybe that's going to change his mind. Or maybe Influence, I think. But he does have Boots of Bearing queued up, so... Yeah, Bob's... I think he'll probably avoid the Blink and go into the Scepter, so... We see, though, Chen
Dire's bottom
might be in some trouble. The Rocket Flare wasn't able to scout him out, but it is another tower that goes the way of Bright. And they still have the Aegis for a decent chunk of time, and now also the Manta completed for the Morphling, so you're probably in a position where you can look to get another Tier 2 tower.
under attack.
Again, they're losing so much right now. They're even just popping the drums to assist with the push and the farm from Hart. Upside, Winter's doing his best to try and get this bottom top wave pushed in to take an additional tower off the map, but really doesn't feel like this is going to be too impactful, right? Like a top tier 1 tower at 21 minutes doesn't accomplish all that much.
Has fallen.
I'm impressed, though, with how much farm Winter is still getting, though. Level 15. He's keeping up in net worth compared to the Morphling. And there's Chola. They've somehow got a glimpse of the Undying. Maybe saw him duck into the tree line there, so an easy kill for them to find, and should also be an easy tier 2 tower.
So you mentioned the fact that Winter's getting a good amount of farm, but I've just watched him like leap through the jungle a couple of times and see no camps for him to be able to pick up. And this is the downside of just not pressuring enough in the early phase when you had a decently strong period before Necro got incredibly strong, before the Morphling really started to come online. There just isn't space for you and the Tide Hunter to continue to farm. And well, speaking of Tide, he's going to get caught out.
Yeah, should die inside the Static Storm. And now Irving's also been able to catch out Sheep as well up onto the high ground. You've got Han nearby. Another very cute usage of the Sharpshooter to help get some distance away. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter. They even get the glimpse onto another member as Han forced to pop a BKB defensively, but he was stuck in the cloak for a little bit of time. Winter's going to try and show up here. It's a pretty good Wukong's command. It'll get the kill into the Clockwork, but it's just a support. Oh, didn't get the attribute shift, Heart.
Especially with Disruptor just having TP'd away, but well, didn't really get value out of that buyback on the Hoodwink, and the net worth continues to grow.
It does indeed, up to a 9,000 advantage here for Bright. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything more out of the Aegis, though, but you are very happy with the current position that this game is in.
Even got an E-Blade on the Necro as well, so...
Okay.
You need
Get the
even more
Radiance queued
damage.
up.
Yeah.
So. I was just going to go down saying he had wanted to change his mind. And what do you feel like the reasoning is for him going this E-Blade?
I mean, I guess it just provides a little bit of a defensive tool as well. I mean, it's so versatile, right? They have no one that's going to be able to dispel it for this next little bit. You're not going to use it onto the Tidehunter. He's not doing any sort of physical damage. It enables the Trample, enables the Reaper's Scythe. Even the Static Storm really starts to amp up in damage as well if you're using it in combination with the Ghost Shroud, which you got to remember that makes you take an extra 25 poo. So all this stuff really starts to rack up, and well, Undying doesn't seem like he's going to be able to confirm the kill. Nice positioning by Sheep there.
Oh, but still, the Static Storm, there is a bit of a slither for the Tide to position him, but it's not even going to matter.
Bottom tower
Still very
is
tanky.
under
Are they going to be able to get on now? Yes, he is indeed. There is a DD on Heart, but a couple of kills back-to-back for Supernova. Radiant still feels strong to take the fire.
I mean, Necro hasn't even been forced to use the BKB yet. That's how strong of a position he's in. Still top of the net worth, farming around the map completely freely, and still no nullifier being queued up here.
Run! Not speedy enough. Very nice smoke. I'm going to capitalize once again. Gives enough gold. Very actually close to the Scepter for Irving, which is... there's just so much to break this game. You got the Kraken from the Tide, the Jingu from the Monkey, and then the Dragon's Blood from the Dragon Knight, as they're even getting more kills as well under a T2 tower.
Yeah, good ward, revealing that sort of positioning. You know, in an unorthodox spot, you're not always going to have sentries covering that sort of area. And this is, again, there's only so much space on the map now for them to be able to farm. And this is before the second Roshan. They might not even need to claim it, but I would say that Team Bright are just going to do the disciplined thing. Take this away, take the map away, extend the net worth lead, get one additional item, and then look to go into Roshan to end the game. They're even going to go top here.
You see Chen, should be an easy kill for them to find. Irving was looking to hold the stun just until the boys started to come nearby, just in case there was ever a TP opportunity. Now with Phoenix here, find his, what are we up to, 6 stacks of the Scythe it looks like, so yeah, good luck killing this man.
And again, lack of nullifier means he's just like, all right, you're not buying this item, I'm going to go an Aeon Disc. All right, supports, buy your 4 stars. You know, like, there's just so much stuff that you would have value with a nullifier here that you're not going to get any usage out of. Skadi picked up now as well from Heart. He's almost level 18. Are they going for this
They're going to
kill?
try.
I don't know about that, man. You need your Tidehunter.
He's playing with 1800 health on Heart. He's able to get the attribute shift off, so they are committing very heavily to try and kill with the Morphling. They might at least get disrupted though. Kinetic field. Going to be able to get away very close to having enough with the one, but we'll still go down. We see though, if you don't get that instant stun into the Morphling, he's going to have plenty of time to be able to react.
And now you've got an Aghanim Scepter on Primal Beast as well, so you've got Break up against the DK, up against the Monkey King, and the Tidehunter. Real value on all 3 heroes.
They're going to see Monkey as well. This Observer Ward still to play with. Irving, no hesitation, but they know the BKB is on cooldown here for the carry, so it's an easy kill onto Winter. And they're already spying up Chen as well. I don't think a tier 3 tower is going to act as a deterrent with the lead they have. And even the Dragon Knight's going to be in some trouble as well. But the break is out. He'll be able to pop a BKB and turn it back around, but really, they won't get anything more out of it just as long as he keeps his life.
Creep waves here though, and they've got that Tombstone layer down as well for their own high ground push, so this does feel like a bit of a missed opportunity. And I mean, look at all the heals that they're able to provide as well, from the Death Seeker to the Death Pulse. Yeah, not even needing that second Roshan to be able to go up onto the high ground. And now you're going to have to deal with, if it does extend long enough for another Rosh, you're going to have to deal with mid lane, pushing in a little bit stronger. If they choose to commit further. Oh, nice hook.
Oh, that's really deep. They're going to matter though? I don't think so. Very nicely done from Undyne.
They're going for a
One
smoke
last
here.
attempt.
They might buy back on the DK.
Did just complete the blink on Chen. So looking for the big reveal, but He's able to get into the middle. Great reactions out of Heart though. Waveform out, Phoenix, he activates the Aeon Disc, and that was your last attempt. Your last ditched hope. The blink into the smoke to defend the base. They don't even kill anyone out of it. Phoenix is a little bit alone at the moment. They'll probably just turn it back around and might be happy with taking the team fight, Phoenix. Okay, and there we go, Irving. Oh, it's a huge charge crashing on through the middle onto the Monkey King. There you go. And now they can turn their attention over to Han. There's going to be no escape here with the Skadi slow. He'll try and TP out, actually. It might be enough. Okay. Really nice read of the TP, but Chen will not be so fortunate.
So we've got a beyond godlike Necro and a godlike Morphling and a GG being called. We talked about these two teams being relatively even going into this series, but it was all going to come down to the draft if we were skewing one favor. And, you know, props to you. You put your balls on the line. You still weren't fully ready to commit for the 90%. You said 85% feeling confident towards Team Bright, but it really did feel like that from the very beginning, right? I painted the one scenario where Supernova were going to have any sort of chances. Didn't make it happen. I didn't think Sheep did enough in the lane, to be perfectly honest, with a lot of the harass. No Gush leveled up until at least level 4, I think. And it was a bunch of missed opportunities.
And when you have a lineup like this, where it's already not favoring you, you really can't miss any, even slight opportunity you have. Even if it's a minor one, you got to be able to capitalize it. But it is not an easy thing to do. And you just, I think in the end, you just chalk it down to a draft. There was a draft issue that occurred in this game. Let's try and reset. And hopefully that's where potentially the drafter, the captain, whoever, can kind of take the blame and say, lads, this is my fault. Let's, you know, wipe it clean and just kind of turn our attention to game 2.
You only really see Morphlings going in solo like that if they're feeling incredibly confident. Morphlings always want to be like the second person to join into a team fight, but Hart was just like, you know, this game is over. This is mine. I can afford to do it. I don't even have an Aegis to play around with. I don't think he had the BKB at that time as well. I mean, you mentioned the charge through, but even just the kinetic field to be able to stop the chase in onto the Necrophos was plenty, just to, again, create a lot of space. And that's what they had. You know, you need BKB to walk through the kinetic field, but then if you walk through with BKB, then they just got the cogs off. Like, it was really good synergy coming through from Team Bright. So we've been talking down about Supernova a little bit based on that game 1 in the draft, but I think Team Bright executed exactly how they needed to.
Yeah, a perfect game. A perfect game from them. And I think Phoenix, an incredible performance as well from this Necro. Something that you were asking for in our previous series. Finally, we get to see it in one of the better Necro games you could really hope for. And I mean, no surprise that he's able to go flawless. Still has to be able to, of course, convert on those opportunities in a good game, and he did just that. So 12-0 and 8, very well done from Mr. Phoenix. And
just gotta get Nullifier, man. Buy the Nullifier, please.
I don't know. Nullifier first item. I don't know. I don't know.
You needed to crush this guy. It would have been a big kill streak. That would have been your farming tool to get your next item if you could just kill this damn Necro. But by that point, it was too farmed.
Yeah, too farmed, and in the end, they just weren't able to kill the Necrophos. So for Supernova, you're just hoping to put that one behind you and look over towards the next game. And you're just... all of these games so far for them, at least the winning series from either side, have gone the distance here to 3 games. So we've seen Supernova, they've been able to take maps. They just need to set themselves up with the draft and need to execute that draft in the end. But for them, it just was not to be in this game 1, as now the boys on Team Bright will go up with a 1 map advantage in our last best of 3 of the night. We'll see what we have in store for us after the break. Oh, that was a very, very dominant game one performance from the boys over on Team Bright. We were posing the question, what do we have in store for us? So really just looking towards the second draft for Supernova and if they're going to be able to make a lot of changes. Because that game one draft, I'm sure, was one that they're looking to put behind them. As we get our second draft underway shortly, no spoilers yet, Danog. What do we want to see change, though, for them overall? Maybe with like the structure of their draft.
Having second pick could help. I think they might have the pick priority for that. So to be able to respond, actually, because that Necro was a gotcha pick. It was, and there's absolutely nothing they could do about it. And the thing is, we were talking about 3 separate options in the Timber, the OD, and the Necro. Both, honestly, I felt would have worked just as well. So I just want to see. What do I want to see? Didn't feel like the Monkey King was that hero to round out the first phase for starters. This time around, it's going to be Team Bright that does it. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of that because it's into a Centaur, who, not a horrible lane. Yes, it's a melee hero into a Centaur, but then you drop the Wukongs, just pop Stampede and run away, And you've got a Rubik as a response to the kinetic field as well. Even decent user of the Boundless or the Primal Spring as well, if you want to play a little bit differently. So this time around, I like Supernova's draft in the first phase.
Yeah, and I think traditionally, like, Monkey against melee matchups is always pretty solid. You just spoke about the value out of the Stampede, but I think this lane can go much better than what it usually does with the Monkey, where Centaur, maybe 2 points double edge, Rubik with the Fade Bolt, Nuke as well, and that can really catch the Monkey King off guard. So we'll see what the route's going to be down. I think Centaur honestly like a 1-2 build at level 3, and if they're able to hit that before Bright, then we could see them get some kills.
The thing is, like, you have to commit to these on Supernova if you go for them, right? There's no poke against this because Monkey's going to get those Jingu stacks. You try and run away, he hops into the trees, you get all that vision, you get glimpsed back, and you die. There's no way out of it. So you either avoid the fights completely, or you go for a fight, like you said, at that level 3, big power spike, and then look to get a kill in that way.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Let's see, what do we got? Supernova with the...
I would have felt a lot more strongly about them picking an Ursa than a Monkey King, for example. I just feel like if you're playing on the Radiant side, it's fast, it takes Roche, it has a good time against the Centaur. You're a natural basher / abyssal builder, so I feel like even if a Stampede gets popped, maybe you get lucky and you catch them out before they're able to run away. That's just me. That's just how I feel about it. Maybe less counters to the Monkey King in the game. I don't know, but I feel like you've picked it into one that's already kind of the counter. So we'll see. We'll see how they want to do for these next few phases. For Supernova, this time around, we're not seeing all of those like Puck Storm Ember bands, so maybe they're going to look to go for one of those up against the Disruptor in particular, just to prevent the insane value out of this Glimpse. Undying feels solid enough, though. I mean, again, it's something that our boy Undying does not play, but it certainly is something that Chola plays. So we will we'll just get to see another run around of that, and it fits into most drafts as well. I mean, if you go for like a Stampede, I'm just thinking like it does allow you to anchor the draft, but what's stopping Team Bright from just running away as well? Not much just yet.
So I wonder what Bright, the second support's going to be. I think there's still a little bit of value for them going the Clockwork. Of course, we spoke about the power to disrupt the Clockwork. Very nice versus Stampede as well, and to help a little bit of value out of the Monkey, because they do have some difficulties with starting. But you might then... His lane versus Undying could be a little awkward, though.
I think you could still just snap. There's nothing wrong with Snapfire here. Like,
Okay,
yeah,
I like that.
you're into an Undying, but... Oh, okay.
Why
I mean,
they
it is a lot more kill threat for the bottom lane.
It is, but it doesn't address the concerns of them dying as well. Maybe they can just get the kills beforehand, but still, like, it's going to be... The Centaur Rubik is solely magic damage, so... I do think Lich is a very underrated hero right now, but I think at the moment we don't see his value that he can provide out of the Frost Shield.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that Frost Shield's going to stop is retaliate on the Centaur, and that's not what you're worried about.
It doesn't even. It's just right click
It's
damage.
physical.
No, but it's just right clicks.
Yes.
Double check. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So Disruptor's going to be played as a 4 now, more than likely. So, I mean, you
Plus
do at
last
least
game.
have a... Yeah, so you put it again. It's going to have a pretty good time burst gun dying. Nothing crazy. You got your range hero. Maybe Thunder Strike can help prove to be a bit of an issue for him. But more than likely, it's going to be a bit more of an awkward lane for Irving, where he's forced to pull. And you don't see your lane matchup as well. That's another thing. Prior, they saw the Monkey King undying, but now they do not know what carry they're going to lane into for Irving. Well,
Don't
Ursa's
hate it.
banned, Monkey's banned. So,
Yep. Ursa
Luna.
gone, Monkey gone, into a strength hero. You said Luna?
yeah, I said you could Luna.
Hmm.
10 seconds.
I'm just thinking, like, does it... Can't they just... Yeah, they can't really run away. Maybe you use Stampede aggressively instead, and then look to run in with that Eclipse popped.
Could consider an OD as well for Supernova. Both sides do not have a lot of reserve time as well, one thing to quickly mention, but
True.
it's another hero to address the Timber.
Team back. Dire team back.
Okay.
I said you're not a fan.
No, I don't really like this Troll Warlord hero, so...
The hero or the pick in this game?
No, kind of both. It is one of the few heroes that can actually man fight inside Wukong's, but you need to be equal net worth and maybe even a little bit ahead. But that might even just not even matter this game because you have the Lich. So probably has to go Nullifier. You even need to more than likely be considering a Silver's Edge to address the Timber. So
Or the
I-
Monkey. Just can't fight with the
Yep.
the Jingu if you get a Silver Edge. I'm just even thinking about the lane. Like, are they feeling incredibly confident with like an Undying just to get the Timber low enough that you might be able to go for kills in this lane? Like, surprise Soul Rip after a lucky root, for
5
example?
seconds remaining.
I think it's a lane regardless. Troll should be able to get a decent amount of farm, but I'm maybe concerned on the around the 10-minute mark when Timber gets 6 and when the mid lane is able to rotate as well.
Sorry, I'm just still looking at this troll wall, thinking like,
Yeah, no, I get it.
Radiant team.
you can't raise her. I don't think.
Pango for Irving. Some of his more tricky matchups are banned out. Storm and Ember actually for Supernova, getting rid of them. They go Lesh.
I mean, if they
Okay.
feel like they can play aggressively, why not? It does give them some tower push, which they were kind of lacking at that point in time. Are they just going to Pango?
10 seconds remaining.
Feels not like a bad Pango game to
5
me.
seconds
Get on
remaining.
onto the backlines with the Rolling Thunder. Coddle. Okay, well, that's another way to be able to slow the game down a little bit. I was really just thinking you're going to get good value out of the Diffusal as well, right? Get into the Timbersaw, prevent him from... what's up?
Could Troll go Scepter this game?
What are we dispelling?
Frost Shield, Jingu is really the main ones, and you've got Coddle. That's kind of was the big catalyst for me suggesting it.
I guess, but it's a core Coddle, right? He needs those chakras for himself just to
Okay.
keep pumping out the damage. I respect the thought, but I just I don't know. I don't think it's going to work. It is
Sure.
going to be a good way to be able to stay far away though from the Timbersaw, from the Leshrac, even the Monkey King to a lesser extent. So I don't hate this Coddle pick. I'm still worried about the troll, man. If I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, that is really my big concern. Like it just stands out, unfortunately, for the Troll. But I think the Coddle's a great pick. I'm a big fan of it. I think it actually might be enough to turn this draft around. You're going to get an early Spirit Vessel to address the Timber. They've got a lot of issues with actually getting on top of the Coddle. If he is ever out of position, though, like Glimpse to send him back and you don't really build a blink, you don't really build a BKB, so that could be a big concern. That's going to come down to, is he perfect with his positioning, and where is Disruptor as well to be able to catch him off guard with the glimpse. But I definitely think this draft from Supernova is better than last game.
Give it a percent.
In fact, I don't know. I actually don't know. There's not a draft I really favor. I think this is a really good coddle pick.
It is. Like, this is a game-winning coddle pick. This is what you have second pick for, to be able to bring out ones like this. Because I know you mentioned that he's not really like this big BKB builder, but he's going to need it this game. It's going to give him so much value. You don't care about the Leshrac. You don't care about the Timbersaw. You don't care about Lich or Disruptor at all if you build it up. To me, this is a bots, Spirit Vessel, BKB game for Han.
Oh, it's just also First Blood as well. I should be able to get the glimpse back into multiple heroes with all 5 nearby. That will be rewarded with First Blood for Team Bright once again.
The troll's already doing it to him. We didn't like it before, we don't like it now. And they're even going to get a D-ward off. Oh no. But yeah, if they're going to win this game, it's going to end the back of Han. And he has probably looked their most consistent player.
Can he keep up the consistency though?
He's going to have to.
They are gonna have to.
I mean, they might be able to get another kill here onto Chen. He's just level 1.
And they will. Chen will make him work for it with a hoof stomp. Regardless, they're going to be able to chase him down. Love to give the kill over to Phoenix.
Yoink!
Sorry.
No, you're not sorry. I don't you lie. You wanted every bit of that. Kind of surprised that he hung around for that. I guess they came in from the left, right? So even that cliff ward wasn't enough to protect him. And there we go. The real feelings come out with the laugh from Undyne.
I like the claps with the well played from Phoenix. I might have to add that to my well played.
You're a bit of a chat wheel spammer, are you?
No, I am a well played spammer. So
You played too much Oz Dota.
should I? No, but I don't use it like in a toxic way. I'm a good boy. I'm not toxic. You played with me. Even the couple games we played, I am no toxic.
You're toxic privately, but not to other people.
What? Wait, this is just false. This is actually not true. My name's getting slandered right now, and it doesn't deserve to be slandered as well. So, you're not my friend anymore.
Joke's
Just
on
like
you,
that.
never was.
What?
No, it's a lie.
Well, that's what.
Bottom side, are they going to be able to get anything done with this? But it's level 2 already on the Monkey King, so he's now got the Boundless and the Jig. So obviously, they got a ton of value out of the Boundless, right? Being able to set up for the Troll kill, able to set up, of course, for the kill onto the Centaur as well. And now it's just going to become even more challenging. They can even look to be put in place to be able to make some chase downs happen. They got a D-ward off as well onto the small camp, so the fact that they're not getting a kill onto Sheep or Chen isn't even the biggest deal. It's just to make sure that they're not body blocking up that small camp again.
And you also force the Selv out very early from Sheep. So again, this is a lane where it's going to be a lot of like spellers getting casted back and forth and people just surviving on a slither of health, and then you go back again with the spellers are back up. But now that you don't have the Selv to refresh, Chen does have his own at least, but I'm actually very impressed with Undyne and Hard. They're doing a really good job at just trading abilities back and forth. We saw before that the Monkey King used Boundless to enable Undyne to even get like 4-5 more right clicks out onto the Rubik. So I think their synergy so far bottom is looking on point. And for our other side lane, we see nothing really changes. Imitator this time is actually going to go brown boots to help the lane for the Timber. See Irving as well has the boots queued up.
I mean, it's kind of similar to what we saw last time, right? The Disruptor going that early boots of speed just because you're going to be able to outrun Chola. This time around, he hasn't given up his life early on. I think they got the first blood in the last game, didn't they? Just off the back of that Disruptor. So this time around, he's been a little bit more conservative with his life. He's even putting a bit of harass onto the Undying. And, well, I mean, if you could force him to use a bunch of those mangoes just for yourself, you're going to be very happy with that outcome.
Yeah. And I like how they're splitting up also their heroes. Like Irving didn't go behind the tower to get that experience to compete versus the Undying. He knows he's fine versus the Troll Wall at 1v1. So like that's the nice thing. Still, he's going to struggle early until he gets levels, and which he then can spam out to try and CS. Because Winter just 3 denies in the face of Irving, but I just like those little things where usually we see like the off lane is the one after the support drags where you get that experience behind the tower, but it's nice to see the change in particular for this matchup. Chola, oh my lord, might get blown up. Irving, another round of the chains. Pretty good position with the Tombstone. Thought it might be a great timing to be able to get rid of the tree, but it's not going to be the case, as it will be a 1-for-1.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Goddamn micros.
I don't know how long he's going to wait in this tree line.
Dire's structures are
Going to be until the Tombstone expires. Doesn't seem like it. Just going to get back there with that real juicy creep wave. I mean, that is the one downside to dropping the Tombstone, right? Sure, it enables you to secure the kill at the very end, but also kind of pushes the wave towards Irving, and he's going to be very happy about that.
Radiant's courier
Yoink.
On the tower.
Courier going down very easily. Phoenix is having a great time in this mid lane as well. Built up a little bit of a net worth lead over the Coddle. Not going to get great value out of the Diabolic Edict, but they are able to actually get a kill onto the Rubik. This is what I was talking about. They were able to...
might be in trouble.
Yeah, they've still got Glimpse. Of course, it's huge trouble.
Uh-oh. Is that a good way to describe it?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs is a very good way to be able to describe it. Doesn't seem like Irving wants to fight into this just yet, though. I mean, he's going early mana boots. I guess it is pretty standard build, right? But they really want to enable him to get onto this Coddle ASAP. And just speaking of Coddle, looks like he is just going the pretty standard Boots of Travel build to be able to begin with. Of course, needing that to be able to make a lot of those early rotations. I'm expecting that he still wants to at least have the urn finished up, though, before he goes for that sort of thing. This is one of the advantages of playing a mid-Coddle as well. Most of the time, if you're buying that Spirit Vessel, it's going to come out too late. You're not going to have it before Timber's able to get into, for example, a Lotus Orb. But if you're playing a mid-Coddle, you get plenty of farm. You get jungle stacks built up for you where you're actually able to get it up nice and early, and you get some really good value out of it. But that's just the crutch, right? You need to get value out of it. You need to secure a lot of these kills, and well, that's off the back of securing some of these early charges into the urn. So the fact that the Shrek has done so well in this lane means that it's slowed down. Timbersaw, by proxy, has a bit of a freer game.
Bottom lane, huh? I thought they were going to be able to turn it, but Chen already had some Jingu stacks on him, so I had to be a bit cautious of the Monkey being able to get the full 4. And we do see Timber was forced to TP all the way back to base. I don't know if he took away any of the hard camp that was, sorry, the medium camp that was left. I think Han already got all of them. So still even though with the 5 first kills that we have from Bright, it's not a crazy lead at all. Just 1,000 gold at the moment from them. Really the biggest thing is the Timber. Like, you take a look at their net worth, he's still very much struggling. Only 100 gold ahead of his Disruptor. So gonna be pretty happy with the start on Nova. Bottom lane, actually, Monkey might be in some trouble. They've got a lot of the tower hits. As a result, we see they won't be able to continue with this dive.
Almost out of regen. They've got a healing salve if they wanted to give that one over to Hart, but I guess he's going to have that Boundless to be able to lay out there towards the end of the Jingo, I think. Just thinking as well what Phoenix is looking to do. It looks like he's playing up top with this Diabolic Edict for now, just trying to stay as far away from the Coddle as possible. Coddle doesn't want to make that rotation before he picks up the bots, but well, he's got him. He's looking to maybe make a move up towards this top side, but the Observer Ward placed down previously is going to scout that one out. So, run into Han. Neither really has the kill threat just now until the Disruptor looks to join in as well.
Phoenix might be in some trouble with the Pinsamu bottom lane as well. We see Chen go down, but now over towards Phoenix. Doesn't have a lot of one charges, so he'll cheap as well. All right. Trying to go under the T2 tower. Heart should be okay, though.
I was a little surprised by that. I feel like if you're going to go in that deep, it's to just check out for a lot of these these neutral camp stacks, which they didn't really have, but he just stuck around and tried to farm them despite not having the disruptor there to be able to assist.
Can he get the mischief dodge? Ooh, was on cooldown anyway. And now Han is also going to be able to chase down the Lich. So, all right, well, the Coddle's doing Coddle stuff early on.
Downside is he bought the urn after both of those kills. So again, not building up some of those charges makes it, you know, not quite so great for being able to secure those kills.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Still though, again, Coddle playing the game that Coddle needed to play to be able to break this
Yes.
one out. Any neutral items just yet for either side? I mean, having a Fairy Trinket, of course, would enable Han so heavily if he's able to get into that. And I like the fact that he's not using the Boots of Travel massively actively, especially when the mid wave is under threat of pushing in. And he's looking to protect that as much as possible because he knows that Phoenix has leveled up that Diebold Heat. He's going to look to use it up top as well. Just taking away some of the jungle too.
Bottom lane. Aggressive stampede from Chen. They're going to be onto the Monkey King. You see Chen looking to try and reposition, but Harp will still be able to find the Jingu stacks, repairing some of the damage, but it's just Undyne nearby. Even with acute mischief, it's not going to be enough. Raiden continuing to kind of leave these two heroes on an island down bottom. They're looking to play their own game on the opposite side of the map, and well, that will heavily favor Han as he's continuing to add more kills to the tally.
Is under attack.
Finally starting to get some damage into this mid tower though. Han, of course, makes the rotation back. Didn't even need to pop the DP because he's got the Boots of Travel to be able to play around with. Want to see him get just a casual win lace as well, just to, again, continue to use the most out of this additional movement speed from the Spirit Vessel. But the fact that they're protecting the mid tower while making these rotations, this is really solid play coming through from Supernova around Han. He's the one that's going to be making like 90% of the calls, I'd say.
Dire structures are
But he's got to keep it up though. That is the main thing. It's going to have a big window before Irving is able to find a item to break the vessel. So how close he is to what, 200 gold for the recipe?
Dire's top tower is under
He's got the hood
This
on Irving
troll
as
is-
well. Wouldn't hate to see him
Okay.
just stop at the Ring of Health and look to go into the Lotus instead.
Regeneration.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Meanwhile as well, the big question mark, the Troll Warlord. Able to find a decent amount of farm at the moment. 300 gold behind his counterpart in the Monkey King, but Winter importantly has that perseverance, kind of the... Really, it is that farming item when you're on the Troll. You don't really need the damage once you max out the axes. You can just continue to spam this thanks to the mana regen. And there's that Fairy's Trinket like you were hoping for before, so Han's going to be very happy.
Yep. Not so happy with the fact that his hard camp's blocked up by Imitator, but yeah, certainly as soon as he picks that one up, he's going to be good to go. He's got the Spirit Vessel as well, just with the one charge in it, but that's all he really needs at this stage. He should be able to secure a kill onto basically anyone that he wants. I was really thinking that he was going to be able to make that movement before. He's going to get a kill now, actually.
Irving! My god.
I mean, if they can make a play there and be able to kill him and secure all of that, imagine how huge that would be. Han actually cancels his TP from coming down towards the bottom side, so is he going to get caught out here? They don't really have any instant catch. He's actually just farming underneath the smoke as well on Irving. Not right-clicking, just using the chakram.
Well, dude, that was a huge ancient sack. The hard camp is pretty goddamn big as well. I was like, boys, thank you very much, bottom lane, Hart. Oh, nice attempt with the Static Storm turnaround, but the Troll, he still activated the Battle Trance. He's not going to be able
Look
to
at
win
the
out of the
armor, though.
man fight, though. Hart, he's okay. That's where the magic damage is able to come into play, though. Won't
That
be able to
vessel.
worry too much about the Wukongs. Where's the last track? Not to be seen. So another kill for them to find. The Bloodstone is now getting delivered on Phoenix, but was just a little bit too far away to be able to connect with that big item.
And again, the thing is, Han walked down bottom just because of how fast he is when he pops that Spirit Form, that you're not able to get any damage into the tower. I really feel like this is a huge deal that mid tower is still standing 13 minutes into this game. Yes, you're farming, but well, maybe now without the Stampede, they're going to feel a whole lot more confident. It's just a matter of who are you going to get the pick off on.
Be on Sheep, it looks like. Meanwhile, Heart's also been able to look to get some revenge, reoccupying their own jungle, so Very messy couple of minutes.
Irving's actually going to BKB instead of a Lotus Orb, which I don't hate if he's
Yeah.
going to be playing ultra aggressive. You know, you need to be in there first. That is your role. If you're going to go down this route, don't allow the Monkey King to go first. Don't let Leshrac be the one to walk up and then be able to say, oh, but I've got a Bloodstone to be able to protect myself. If you're going to go this selfish route, you better make full usage out of it.
And I mean, for Troll as well, he just completed the Battle Fury, so he has his Accelerant now. It's a pretty goddamn good timing. Pre-14 minutes, they got a gigantic stack of the Ancients as well
Yep.
for one of their cores. Lovely done. So, all right, Troll's doing very well, but I guess still, if you look at the net worth, Monkey as well, he's keeping up with the farm. He's got that Echo Saber, Orb of Corrosion, so Heart's going to be able to get very active across the map.
Han has to be very careful here.
It.
Oh, they have...
Yeah, they should be able to get the glimpse back, and Phoenix is nearby to capitalize. Stampede actually gets him out of the stun, but still the Boundless Strike's going to be there. Han, can he stay alive? Not to be. Phoenix just gets the last little tick of damage. That is a big kill for them to find. Kodo is a lot of their damage source early on, so if you can slow down his early game, then Bright could look to get a lot of control across the map.
And they did all of that without the Timber Saw, so Irving pushes in top, forces a TP rotation from Winter to come through here. He's looking to try and get a kill onto Chola. Not sure how good he's going to be able to do that. Again, this is a Battle Trance on the Troll Waller that's available and instantly pops it.
Yeah, and Chakram stolen as well. Of course, the Rubik feels very nice versus the Timber, being able to steal all those pure spells and use it back against him.
Even with that Coddle dead though, in tier 1, still standing. Not really what you want to have to play around, especially when you're playing these heroes like the Monkey King, like the Timbersaw, like the Leshrac that can, you know, close distance fairly well. You just want to have that extra couple of seconds of speed when you're moving through that mid lane where you don't have to worry about, oh, we can only go up.
And speaking of the Troll,
these stairs.
look at this.
No Battle Trance.
Oh, they've got the creeps as well nearby to be able to get multiple bounces off the Chain Frost. Very nicely done. Han might be in some trouble afterwards, so Han's going to try and run around, but he continues to run inside the Wukongs. So the Kodo's pretty low. Undyne with another blast might get him, but that's the Kodo that finds his blast beforehand. Regardless, though, you love that trade, killing off the Troll and slowing down his progression with the Battle Fury.
Mm-hmm. They know they're all around as well. They've got the Observer Ward to be able to play around with. They'll get the D Ward. But again, it's just so much information. They're really heavily prioritizing these BKBs as well. Irving and Phoenix should look to get them at a pretty similar time. They're not going to try and let that happen.
Nope, they got the blink at the ready.
Yep. Han's not there though, and he doesn't have Spirit Form. So he's going to be a little bit slower. He doesn't have his own BKB. Irving.
They still have Chakram stolen. Let's see if that's going to help out to kill off the Timbersaw. Find it with Han nearby. They'll miss out on the blast, but importantly, the Spirit Vessel is applied. Irving's fallen pretty low. One last Chakram off the mark.
And Creeps just took mid as well. So, you know, a nice little rotation, but again, it really feels to me like Team Bright are playing greedy for now. You know, they just want to get into this next item. They want that BKB. It just so happened that Timbersaw was farming underneath where they'd freshly put vision and where they used smoke to roam through to.
Radiant are scanning.
A little bit of a stack taken away.
So I was like, why not? I see some farm. I can take away from the enemy team as well, so I'm not taking farm from my own boys.
Another shawl as well. Give that over to the Coddle.
Who might be in some trouble. Oh, great jumping from Chen, though. He's able to get it imitated before the glimpse back, but still the Static Storm's going to be laid down. Hart wants to turn to the Centaur, but feels like he can't finish the kill without himself dying in the end, but it's not going to matter. Backs on up. Kind of forces Han to overplay his hand, and as a result, I'll get a pretty nice kill onto the Coddle. Another death slowing down the BKB timing here from the position 2 on Meteor. So on Supernova.
Yeah, can't really afford to do that. I mean, Irving with that kill as well. 500 gold away from his. Leshrac, 400 gold away from his. Saying go, go. And I wonder if this is just like take a fight away from our tower, because if they can get it on top of us, if we can not slow down their BKB timings, they're just going to run us over.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
farm to fight, and then fight to farm. That's the cycle of Dota. And I feel like that's what Bright are doing. Probably leaning a little bit more into the farm aspect for now, but they just don't feel especially strong to be able to go in onto that Coddle unless he makes those really deep dives like we just saw. Yeah, it's just been a couple of not so ideal positioning errors from Han that's been his undoing.
But we feel like in this particular game, either side has a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to taking Roche.
I mean, it depends where you are, right? Because it's really only the Troll Warlord that can take Roche, and you might even need to pop the Battle Trance to be able to do it. Do you really want to do that against all of the, like, potential of being tree danced onto? Probably not. So I would say keep right.
Oh, mid lane. Looking to try and dangle the Undying's life. He does get some spells off early on. Dire reacts fast enough to this, though. Like, gearing up to try and defend the tower. Oh, great reaction out of the BKB from Irving and Chen. Oh, where'd he go? Just gets evaporated from all the spell damage. And now Bright, what are we considering here? Is this that Roche call?
I think so. I mean, they've got the Wukongs themselves to be able to play around with. If we've got Chakra, which does a good amount of damage into it, they're just going to use Irving along with the Frost Armor to be able to tank it up.
I'm going to check the high ground. There's a ward there, and they're coming. They see Irving's pretty low.
They know it's there.
An Imitator just trying to put his body on the line. It's a pretty good static storm. We'll even see more than likely Heart use the Wukongs to get full control of the area, but can he escape though? No mana out of the left track, but a great boundless strike helps get some distance away, but in turn, they've still got the Stampede as well to close the distance. Winter, he's locked onto his target with a Frost Shield. It will stall out some of the damage. Phoenix doesn't want to use his BKB out on the first life, and it looks like Nova, they're happy with exchanging the Aegis and not committing too heavily. They're going to try and smoke just in case that Bright are looking to be on the chase.
Yeah, they just wanted that extra little bit to be able to get away. Disruptor was still dead for a couple of seconds, but you can't take any chances. I mean, they had the BKB back up, they had the Bloodstone back up on the Leshrac, so he would have been feeling very confident. I almost wonder if Phoenix, he's going the Boots of Travel next, but immediately after that he queues up the Blink. That's the item that I was really looking for, just to be able to, again, find those backlines, get the slows in onto you. Really wouldn't hate to see...
Irving's actually going to turn into Sheep next. Han might be okay, though, to take the team fight. Gonna be cautious about the Chain Frost that bounces back a couple of times, but it's not enough to turn the team fight. They don't have the Monkey King, who has a TP, but wants nothing to do with this engagement, so it's all on Irving. We see the amount of damage that Timbersaw can really do, but just needed an extra member to get the finishing damage out, and no, in the end, Supernova get a couple of freebies.
They do indeed. I'm really surprised that they were looking to go for that. So the thing I'm really looking for Bright is I want to see... Again, it really feels like they're in this farm phase right now, doesn't it? I don't know if Hart can look to fight this. Not on his own. Even with the Wukongs, they're just going to run away. Boots travel, important, just for, again, mobility, be able to pick off the Coddle when he goes for these like aggressive plays, which he's going to continue to need to do. But then once he's got the Blink Dagger, just pop the Frost Shield onto Phoenix and then put him in first. Because even then, if you're on top of the Coddle, he's either forced to BKB, which you really don't want to do, because then that's just going to enable the Timbersaw to follow up after the fact, or he just gets massively slowed down by the percentage slow that the Frost Shield's going to be applying.
Should we start to be a little bit concerned with how much farm that Winter is being able to find on this troll?
I'm just thinking, right, like, is he going to be able to carry the game? Maybe. But I feel like it, again, goes back the other way if you're just able to get into that Lotus Orb, right? It's going to be able to get rid of the root. Means that you're not quite as worried about even just the Solar Bind on the Coddle as well. You're not worried about the Spirit Vessel. Really surprised that that's not being more highly prioritized here by Irving. It seems like he feels he needs to be a bit more of that damage dealer, but with a The Leshrac to be able to play with, I don't think you necessarily need that.
Yeah. I even wonder with the Trolls item build when he's going to consider a nullifier. I think this is... That's my one like uncertainty on how he matches up versus the Monkey, because I know the Troll is one of the few heroes that is actually able to play inside the Wukongs if you are kind of equal in farm, but how does the Frost Shield kind of change his matchup? So he feels like at the moment it's not a concern, MKB Scardy, but see, it could be an issue before he finds that item, and potentially if it is the nullifier at the 5th, because you've got this Frost Shield max out, so you can even go for the 10 talent as well, even plus 10% extra reduction. But at the moment, game's kind of stalled out at the moment. Is there a side this is more favoring than the other with the slow pace past couple of minutes?
It's hard to say, right? Because I think Coddle still wants to get incredibly active. He's going to farm into the Octarine and the Sheep, so it feels kind of fine. But, you know, it's a Battle Fury Troll. He's going to feel happy getting all of this additional time to be able to find the farm. But the thing is, I mentioned a few of those big timings for the Leshrac in particular. That's going to be huge, just if you let him get into, you know, a Blink Dagger, into a Kaya as well to amp up his damage. So, I don't know. Really feels like it goes both ways to me.
We're going to see Team Bright look to try and stop the slow-paced game that we've had in the past couple of minutes. A smoke from them. They wanted to sweep across the map, but they changed their mind and instead looking to try and see if there's anyone protecting the tier 2 tower. But for Supernova, they're looking for their own trade on objectives across. Radiant will find the tier 2 first, so they want to continue to shove it out or look to defend bottom, and looks like the defense is the call.
We need to be quick though. Immediate back off and the 4-star with the tombstone laid down as soon as anyone reveals on that bottom side of the map. So you have to wonder, are they going to sweep towards top, right? Because you know they were pushing top, they just TP bottom. How can you quickly get towards the top side of the map quickly enough to be able to exploit that outnumber?
And for Supernova, you have a slight advantage now with this mid lane getting shoved in. So you're going to be able to scout out someone very shortly, who soon addresses it. They've got great vision as well to play it by this bottom outpost, but it does look like they're going to leave the area, so you might even see Bright do like a scan of their own jungle just to try and get rid of some of the vision.
It's the power of the unknown though, right? We just saw at the tier 1 top previously when Han was going for that play on his Coddle, Timbersaw came in out of nowhere and blows him up, and I feel like they're still afraid of that aspect. So while they've got good vision down towards the bottom side of the map, top is where they could really have made the plays just then, and they just don't quite feel strong enough yet, despite having a lot of these big items. You know, 3 BKBs now on the cores is amazing against 4 out of the 5 Team Bright heroes, but they just don't have the vision to be able to play around that.
See what they can do off the back of the smoke on Supernova.
Not even like
Troll have a
glimmer as they're
ward?
going up onto the high ground. Yeah, here we go. Chola looks to use it. Looks to get a bit of vision himself first.
Mid lane, the jump on Heart. Can they blow him up before the BKB is going to be activated? Heart can turn with the Wukong's command, but you see Winter with all the fervor stacks. He should be able to come on top inside the man fight. Oh, Willie! Heart! Oh my lord, the Jingu health back. He's more than okay afterwards, and now the full all-out retreat is called, and that was just a minor thing. That was the Frost Shield.
That was the Frost Shield, and he even had the MKB. I was about to say immediately queues up the Nullifier after that. Just saying, I don't want to fight into this Monkey King with that stacks. I don't want to fight into the Frost Shield. I was thinking maybe the MKB's damage with how fast he was hitting would have been enough to be able to deal with it, but apparently not. Again, it really is the game of BKBs this time around, right? You pop them and it really just does feel like the Troll v Monkey King show, and well, you can't fight inside of that Wukong's with that. Is it? Alright. No, it still goes down to the BKB show. I'm wondering if it's even ever going to get to the point where inside of the Wukong's command, will Troll ever get a Revenant's Brooch? Just so that he can actually kill the Monkey King. But I feel like MK is just not going to fight Pop the Wukong's without
horrible.
the BKB, you know? But you understand what I mean. Like, you've got 50 million armor, and as long as he doesn't have BKB, then he's just going to die, right? Ignores the armor, turns it all into magic.
Yeah, but can a melee hit? Dude, it's 45 intel, 300 projectile speed. He
Yeah, but
doesn't
Troll
use
has
those
bad
stats.
int gain, so it's fine. He needs it.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I did not consider about the one intel gain from the troll. How silly of me.
See, that's because you're like the Troll, you know?
Oh, all right. We'll see. If he's got damage issues, it could be Daedalus, but you've got then you could have MKB Daedalus. I don't know. It's a weird item progression now. So this is a
The Nullifier is a necessity, for sure.
yes, and we'll see. I mean, this is a big fight now. Right as
this.
soon as Rose spawns.
They're both around their vision, though. They're clumping around the little spots of vision. Maybe they can try and go for a huge wraparound, but they should be able to see this this Illuminate come through into the pit. So I think they know they're going for the wraparound. That's where all the pings are coming. So they move on
What's going to
towards
expire?
Yeah.
Oh, what a stun! On to 2. They're not going to be able to get the follow-up, though. The BKBs will be activated. They can look to position off the back of the Stampede. Winter now, he's still stuck inside the Wukong with a Frost Shield. There's nothing he can do to damage Harp. The Monkey's okay. They haven't been able to lock Han into place, though. And Phil came out a little bit too late there, so in the end, it should still be a favorable fight for Bright. As now Han, he turned to try and blast the wave, and instead his own life gets blasted away. Is now Bright can look to reap the rewards. That was a big fight around this second Roche, and it's going to be Radiant that comes out on top.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for much more in terms of vision from Supernova as well, right? And I actually think that the way that Bright moved was amazing. They saw it in response to that Illuminate coming through. They moved on forward. They knew where they were comfortable to be able to fight. And it was all off the back of the initiation, right? They just get the blink onto 2. They force a lot more defensive movements out of the coddle rather than playing aggressively. And then Timber's holding onto the blast rig as well. So you get that little bit of an extra disarm onto the Troll Warlord. Whoever pops BKB second, I feel like is whoever's going to win the team fight. And, well, oftentimes that's on the back of being the ones to make the initiation happen. So big props have to be given over the heart for that. Look at Coddle as well. He's going Nullifier too.
I was just going to highlight that. Look, all right, this is... I don't know. But
have they got a... I mean, they would love a Psychic Headband, but obviously... They've still got one potential neutral. Oh, Ceremonial Robe's not horrible, if they're able to get that onto the Coddle, perhaps.
So looks like Winter's even changed his item build. So obviously saying, like, it's going to take me too long to get towards a Nullifier. Like, Han, we need this item. You're closer than me. You might just have to go for it. So
yeah.
Winter's going to go Skadi. But it's still, you've just lost 2 back-to-back fights now, and this game is kind of blown wide into the favor of Bright. You get the Aegis over to the Leshrac. Where'd the Shard go, actually? Is it the Timber? It looks like Timber's got it. Okay. So, and he's about to have Hex as well. So he could even start these fights before they catch him off guard. It could just be a Hex into the Split Earth, into the Boundless. One hero's gone straight away.
Yeah. And they had so much vision to play around with as well. But after they win that fight convincingly, they buy a gem on the Lich. They get rid of 2 bits of vision. I think they just got rid of a 3rd as well. Never mind, it just expired, actually. Right, where Undyne got that D-Ward off. So basically, they've got 1 ward left to play with for Supernova right now. And it's probably the best one to have, just in general, for any pushes into your side of the map. But, well, you're going to need a little bit more. I mean...
Good lane, Winter. Oh, great 4 stuff. He still got clipped by the stun, though. And a BKB gets used.
Okay. It's on Heart. Heart used the BKB. So this isn't horrible. So basically right now, he's farming underneath his vision. They're pinging out the fact that there's a regen top, but you can't afford to go forward and claim that one. I almost think that the Troll Warlord might want to go for a play just while they've got this BKB not available for the Monkey King. And while you've got this Nullifier freshly picked up. And they've just used the Spirit Form, though, so... just looking to get any damage into this top tower for now, I guess.
Bottom lane. Chen got caught out trying to split push the map and even pops a BKB as well, just in a desperate attempt on his dying breast. They even... Oh, Imitator? I thought he was going to be able to find the glimpse away, but it looks like they Cholo could TP up fast enough. They're stalking Han mid lane as well. You just see, like, starting to go across the map. The sweeping movements that we get out of Bright. Like, finally, they've got their lanes in a pretty decent position where they can now look to try and get some objectives off the back of the kills.
And they feel so much more confident, right, off the back of this Aegis. You've even got a plate mail backpack at the moment on Phoenix. Understandably, because basically all of the other items are core to him. But even when the the Troll Warlord's able to lock in onto you, you feel so much more confident now with just that one picked up.
Is under attack.
A pure physical damage hero. So any way that you can look to counter that is going to be super advantageous. He's just 300 gold away from the Shivas as well, which of course...
Troll
just-
showing top, so they're feeling strong. Irving looking to start.
Radiant's top tower
Meanwhile, the Monkey King is going to be a little bit cautious. No one's going to be there to follow up the Witch Hen's jump in. It's a bit of a win though. Tombstone used, Flesh Golem used as well, so they can look to reset here. Radiant have done a pretty good job to get those lanes in now.
Closing in on the Skadi as well. And he's going to back off. Like, whoa, poor Winter just moves down into the lane. They start pinging him out. Obviously, he doesn't know that the pings are happening, but he's forced to back off just before landing into that that Skadi for himself. And he doesn't even have a career to be able to play with anymore either. Sort taking that one out, so he's going to need to make his own way if he's going to look to pick that one up, and it's going to be into a Shivas as well. So just the attack speed slow is going to slow down the impact of Winter to join into these team fights. You basically have to pop the battle fans.
tower is under attack.
I think they've just resigned themselves to giving up multiple towers here, but they've still got bottom tier 2. They're going to have the Skadi now. No TP for another 10 seconds on Winter. Maybe just wanting to push out that lane one last time, but it can't be like what just happened. You can't be popping the BKB again. They know that the Aegis is about to expire, and they're going to make a play off the back of it. So 5 seconds on the BKB on Winter. They're going to run into Irving.
That they will, but Irving's not an easy person
Oh,
for
they
them
missed.
to bring down. They're going to look to try and get the jump, but Irving reacts with the BKB, so he's going to be okay. Can help
They can just
reposition
back.
over towards the rest of the team. Imitator's in a little bit of just trouble on the Disruptor before stuff to get him out. It's not enough. Han lands the damage. There's a 1-for-1 though in the end. Sheep's also going to go down to Lestrax jump in, and they got the mid lane shoved out, so they might try and force them back inside the base.
I think that's absolutely the best plan. The downside, of course, is that you don't have the BKB on Irving. I don't think you popped it on Hart, but more importantly, didn't use it on the Troll Warlord, so that's the main goal for them. I suppose the one plus side is that you feel a little bit more confident in having that outnumber with the Disruptor needing to walk all the way back from the bottom left to the top right side of the map, whereas Rubik would have just respawned right there. So maybe they're going to look to get a quick outnumber here if possible.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And he is desperate to try and get it onto those backlines as well on Winter. He's got that Blink Dagger queued up for himself, so if he can take out Disruptor from these fights, it's going to feel amazing. Same sort of thing with a Lich. Neither of them have the Ghost Scepter now. I really wouldn't hate to see them go for it. I know you're going up into a Nullifier, but again, it's the Coddle holding the Nullifier, not the Troll Warlord. So you're actually going to feel very confident in having that as a defensive tool.
So Kodalu might be in trouble as well.
I see you.
Undyne's ready if he goes back through the lane. Might look to lead with the Sinister's Gaze. Do they get the first on Han?
Dire's bottom
Tier 2 tower's gone now, so they
see
can't
him.
TP down. He's going to look to try and stampede.
They got
he cancelled
Abyssal.
his TP. Yeah, the Abyssal hard at the ready, so the boys are coming though. Blue's Undyne. Phoenix also cautious, so he's going to be able to blink away. A little bit committed though, so we might see them make it go straight away when the Lich is back alive.
I mean, Supernova are praying for like a telescope to come out. They just need more range on this Coddle. They need to keep him as far away from the fights as possible. He's already got the Octarine, but you need to be able to use that Spirit Vessel from afar. You need to be able to get the Nullifier from afar. Committing in is a death sentence at this stage.
I like the call though from Supernova. Even with this pick off, they feel incredibly strong to be able to venture out across the map. Looking to try and get rid of some of the vision as well if there's anything towards the triangle. But the case though. So discipline from Bright, looking to back on up. We are now gearing ourselves up for that third Roche of the game. See how long of a spawn it's going to be in 15 seconds.
is under attack.
Well, Prism's definitely not the worst, even though you're hoping for the telescope. So at least one's going to have even extra reduction.
So really don't hate this... Wait, who got the telescope?
No, sorry. Kodo got Spell Prism. I said it,
Okay.
at least not
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
compared to the... Yeah.
Love the Blink Dagger on the Lich. love the Blink Dagger because it is that instant lockdown that you're really wanting for the Troll Waller that potentially allows you to get into some additional follow-up stuns. You've got Aghanims on the Disruptor as well. So you can probably afford to 4-star forward if you get that instant lock. Yes, it is.
Oh, no. Do they see it?
I mean, they should know that the outpost is being taken, so... Irving? Got it.
Very nice. Sebastian now taken care of. Got half duration of the Arcane Rune as well for fight breaks out here.
I'm just thinking as well, like, with this Lich and the Blink Dagger, it allows them to play so much further back, right? Like, you obviously need to be there to, you know, use the Frost Shield to land your Chain Frost, yada, yada, yada. Kind of balls, man.
Like, alright, peace. We got nothing to do that. Fine, you use that high guys, yours. That's okay. We've got no ward. We don't need to stay there.
Ferocious up though. He popped Flesh Golem, so they're gonna have a lot of damage very quickly here.
And they scout it. Hey, we got to be cautious. This is Scepter and Imitator.
Oh, they found it.
No hesitation with the use of the BKB. Chen's going to be able to bring up the Disruptor as well. Now Lesh is in trouble. Finally, a good fight's going to go the way of Supernova, but that's just the start as Radiant. They can turn it back around. The Chain Frost doing all the work they would need is now Bright. They're on the ones that are hunting down Supernova. Chola will be able to escape to the south. Chen's up to the north. But Bright once again can look to get the components of Roshan.
They had such a good jump as well in onto the Disruptor, take him away. Didn't even have to use the buyback there. But yeah, just the follow-up. Again, whoever uses BKB first is going to be the loser, right? Especially now that it's got such low duration. And they're even going to catch out the Centaur on the escape. Had the gem as well. So that one's closing in. Mid lane's pushing in. I mean, they dropped the Tombstone, but it's really not going to be able to do all that much. They've got 2 glyphs left, but I wonder if you're even can afford to use an aggressive glyph here just so that you can keep the push going. Doesn't seem like they're all that keen to. This game almost seems done.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, it'll be 2 full sets of barracks. I don't think they'll stick around for more.
I don't know. Wukong's has come back up.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, they even glyphed after the tower went down, so they're not even going to have that wave clear. Siege creep's going to remain up. Yeah, with
they're gone.
Wukong's, Aegis, why not? As soon as these respawns start to come, expect to see Heart layer it out.
Might just Wukong's and deal with the Tombstone. Heart's gonna pop a BKB, gets the Wukong's out before there's any way to control him. And now Troll, I'm gonna succumb to his own death with an ultimate committed. There's just nothing he can do. And this is the big thing with the hero at the moment. Feels like one of the weaker carries, and the Monkey King has got the boys to back him up. They're gonna make an attempt out of it though. The Disruptor will go down, but they've caught out the main damage source. With the Coddle gone, he's got a buyback, but the G's are gonna get dropped, and Team Bright, they'll be able to make amends from that previous series loss versus Piggy Killer. That's a big win for them.
They will indeed, and it's a pretty clean 2-0 that they're able to pick up there. I mean, we both liked the Coddle. It looked really impressive in the first, 15, 20 minutes of that game, but the downside to the Coddle is that everything needs to be perfect. You need to... honestly, even like that double kill that he was able to get when he didn't have the urn picked up, so he didn't have those charges to be able to play around. It's little things that might not seem that significant that snowball into so much more, because it really did feel like, despite the fact that you've got this Troll with the Battle Fury, that Bright were just going to hit these massive timings and have them be so much more impactful.
I mean, you're pretty happy as well. I know you're a bit of a Lich enjoyer. We've had some, in the past, we've had some games where Liches just carried people, and honestly, I think Frosted was, yes, there were a lot of other factors, but those 2 big fights where the game was really at a knife's edge. Anyone, it could go either side, but it felt like those fights where he was able to stand strong inside the Wukongs and that Frost Shield as well, where there's a big reason why Bright were able to take this series in the end.
It was such a good jump as well onto the Disruptor. They even caught out the Leshrac, but of course, Lesh had buyback, and, well, 6-second BKB only lasts you for so long. Maybe if they won the Roche fight and were able to get a refresher off the back of that, then, you know, would have given them a little bit of a chance, but obviously not the case. They weren't able to claim it, so worthy win. we do have to say it was probably a little bit more draft related. You know, we were saying even if Supernova were able to take out the win, it was going to purely be on the back of that coddle, and, well, it was a lot closer. Even though the game duration was, you know, kind of equivalent, it did feel like Supernova had their chances to be able to come into this one.
They did. And unfortunately for Han, like, he did have an incredible game. Like you just said, was all on his back, but...
Pretty good. He got caught a
had
couple of times,
okay.
a little bit deep.
Okay. Had a pretty good game. Unfortunate though, this definitely feels like a hero, and especially if we're saying that, well, especially if this is a game where he needs to play flawless,
Yep.
sometimes it can be, I mean, you take a look at the heroes he's versing, like if you're ever out of place once, then Disruptor can get that glimpse back, Monkey can find the vision for that, so really, really nice showing for Team Bright once again. So this... Because heading into their previous series, we got the Carson versus Piggy Killer, and you were actually saying that you felt like this was potentially the series of the tour. But we saw Team Bright fall very, very short against Piggy Killer. Does this give you a little bit more confidence now with how we saw them pretty much dominate Supernova?
It does. I mean, Piggy Killer are just... They played like the Piggy Killer I expected to see at the very start of the tournament. You know, their first series that they played overall... It was a little bit shakier. Even though they were still able to get the 2-0, it was a lot shakier. But, you know, another day of 2-0s here in the Chinese region. Pretty comfortable ones as well. You know, it did feel like almost every game was draft decided, in my opinion. Last one, probably the least of them all, but still, I had Team Bright favored from the very beginning. At least they had the capability with the Coddle. Like, it was a great Coddle game, but it just wasn't able to completely close it out. So, you know, gives you very little margin for error. You could really snowball with it. It just didn't happen off the back of a couple of tiny mistakes.
Yeah, man, even at this caliber, those tiny mistakes, you can't be making them. Teams are going to punish you, and it's good to see Bright having the capability to make sure they can punish those escapes. So we'll get to take a look at the updated scoreboard, as Cactus, of course, were 2-0 to start the day, but with that loss, they're going to find their first series loss overall, and now Bright's going to be able to jump 2 places up as well. So they're going to be very happy with their current position in the leaderboard currently, but we're still very early on. This was just our first day of week 2, so our 5th day overall for the second tour. So we still have a lot more series coming up shortly, and I'm sure we'll even be able to get the schedule as well for our next day here, as we get to see it's going to be Poke up against Supernova, and then Piggy Killer versus IG Vitality as well. So I mean, very much importantly for IG Vitality, they are yet to get a win, and they're going to be versing probably their toughest opponent as well in Piggy Killer.
Yeah, not sure if it's going to be this one where that win eventually comes. And, well, that's in a couple of days' time. So, you know, the teams are going to have the chance to be able to have a look over some of these games, see how you might be trying to address some of the... Maybe it was a drafting thing, you know, like, when I say that, I've been saying that all day, but, like, with how Bright drafted, it kind of forced Supernova to go down a certain route. So, you know, when we were casting Western Europe, I think it was... God, who was it? Was it LeBron? Where we were asking, like, you know, how were you able to dismantle them so easily? And they were just like, yeah, just ban the Doom. It was a really good Doom game, I think. Might have even been in another region. I forget. But anyway, like...
that
just
was Western Europe.
Yeah, just one region where they were, like, so focused in on one hero that would have won them the game that it just completely disrupts what they can do. So I wonder if the other teams are going to be able to do their research and take the same advantage that Bright did.
I'm trying to remember who said that. I do not remember who.
It's fine.
Anyway, regardless, yeah, it does not matter. It's going to irk me now for a little bit, but yeah, regardless, we had a day with all 2 zeros over in the China region, but we're going to be kicking off back on Thursday, it looks like, when the next round China games will be going on. We saw, of course, we'll have 2 series on the Thursday as well. So for Danog and I, we are done, and we will see you all back here on Thursday for some more Chinese Division 2 action.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.